How's it going, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It is Zimcast number 134, the best number there is, 134. And as you can see, we're releasing them, the Monarch files. You know, Shifty Monarch, Dr. Sarazawa, more like Dr. Slackazawa, thinks that Godzilla would be our masters, that we'd be his pets. But no, you understand. No one controls us. We need to be in control of the Titans. The Titans, they need to be destroyed. We'll call it Operation Destroy All Monsters. It'll be the best. We'll make the Monsterverse great again. Before that absolutely ruins my throat. How's it going, guys? Zimcast number 134. 134. This will actually probably be the last Zimcast we do before I head off for G-Fest. We'll get to meet some of y'all there. I guess might as well just do a little bit of showing that I have right there. There's my little content creator badge. You can find it on a few places. I had it on not X, although I just need to post it to X. I'll probably post it to X next week, or not next week, this week. And then Instagram, I have it on there. I'll probably post it in a DVR as well. Why not? But I just want to get more people out there knowing that I'll be at G-Fest. I will have a few of my merch stuff I'll be wearing so people can identify me. I also have a panel as well there, which you saw on the announcement video. So check that out, guys. If you haven't, that'll mean the world to me if you did. Again, likes, comments, supporting it. Also, wait, learn more. No, don't do this to me. How could you? No. But thank you, Kuro. Mentally malformed mental gents. I'm a talking that. What's up, King? Good midnight. I always appreciate it, Hoshi, that you were here always so late at night on your part of the globe, but I appreciate it. And we got a super chat super early into the stream. $10 from Charm 4440. Happy 4th, bro. Thank you. I am so happy because the 4th I get that off early, so I don't have to do a late night. I still got a little bit of time to do that, so it's unfortunate, but I do what I can. Maybe Yahoo tries to recruit Bagan. No one will do what they can to Bagan. We build the walls. If I could do the whole stream like this, I would. Time to make the Monsterverse great again. Yeah, well, I'm getting out to the end. I'm like, it's not even 10 minutes in. I can't say any of this. Very soon, I'll be able to say those. We just need 5 minutes. I do not need King Bibbidi Yahoo to take my balls already. Toe doesn't want Godzilla as a species because it'd be too powerful. Imagine 40,000 Godzillas all over the earth, as Nick stated. It would be disgusting. But if they're 98ers, we could definitely kill them. The potato, it doesn't have a countdown. Yeah, no, I don't really do the countdowns on those. You just got off work, hop on pretty soon. Well, that's good. I'll send, actually, in the meantime, mine's well, start to invite people to bring on. And there's a lot of stream submissions that I have to catch up on, unfortunately. Although not unfortunately. Like, I like doing the stream submissions, but I kept holding them off because I just had other, like, I just wanted to get into some of those streams just because of the time constraint for those. So that was that, unfortunately. So it is what it is. I do what I can. To protect the honor of Viltrum. Yes, of course. Have you seen the GigaChad Fly memes post one of those whenever someone's in the monster says humans have destroyed? Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I've not seen anyone use them in response to the Monsterverse things, but I should. It was never that great. The awakening to the flaws of 2014. My ex-wife's love child. We'll have to dismantle it piece by piece, brick by brick. It has to be done. It has to be done, folks. I really want to say some of these, but I can't. Oh, God. Let's get into it. Let's start the stream submissions, and let's talk about all the amazing art they've got posted. I know there's one I'm going to save to the very end that I won't show here in the stream submission portion, only because it's relevant specifically to the discussion. But let us get going with a little bit of Mr. Black music. It's going to be Godzilla Raids Again right there, which if you want to commission him for a little bit of music, you definitely be sure to do that. But let's get started. Stream submissions. We'll be starting off with Kaiju Not, also known as the G90 Defender. He's a defender of the crooked 98s. This is him with the Allozilla or Allosaurus inspired Godzilla, which is like his original like Beast Godzilla design that he did, just with more touch-ups, which are more consistent with his current artistic output, which I've always liked his design. Like the spines, it's almost like, again, 98 proportions, but just done better, you know? Almost like everything's just better than 98, as per usual. And then from his stream submissions, he did a Slitherback piece, which is a set piece him kind of standing on a rock, doing a, again, classic 98 pose, standing on something, doing a little roar. Or as some people say, do the roar. I've always liked Slitherback's design, his Allo design, and Vic's just gotten better and better as time's gone on. So I've always loved more of his artwork. So give him all the love, as y'all always do in the chat. And coming up next, the stud himself, Nico, with an aerial piece, Godzilla -1, but it's inspired by, I think, a concept art piece, but instead of Godzilla, it's Ursula. And Nico, once again, putting in work with his very amazing cartoon style, which is not super Disney-esque, but it's still, like, the character designs transition really well into his style, and can't go wrong with it. Can't go wrong with it at all. And he also did another piece here, XB-01 Flamethrower. The Interdimensional Fire Monster subtitle here, which kind of reminds me a little bit of Magmar from Pokemon because of the snout and the colors, and then another Ultra Monster, which I'm actually Pandon. Kind of reminds me of Pandon a little bit, like Pandon mixed with Magmar, mixed with like maybe like Sandshrew, kind of actually, with how the arms are shaped. But overall, like I love the vibe, and it feels very inspired from those things. Although I don't know if that was necessarily the intention behind the designs, but I like it. It's good. Awesome job as always, my man. And now Lau's piece here, which he's been working on for some time now, which is this epic battle between Godzilla, Kamacuras, and Kumonga. And again, Lau's art, very detailed, has a lot of depth to it. The little sloshy insect bits from inside here. I know he had been working on just getting the jowls of Godzilla just right, and having something that you've been stuck on for a bit, but it looks like it turned out really well. I think one notable detail I actually do want to point out here is you get these creases here on the nose, which you don't usually see when it comes to how Godzilla's usually portrayed. Because that bit's usually just a solid piece and it doesn't scrunch like that. But it's not like a direct one-to-one of the 67 Goji design. Same as how like Kamacuras isn't an exact one-to-one for Kamacuras. Kumonga's pretty close actually, I think, with the head shape there. Although, if you were to look at it more, like really take a look at it, I bet you the design is not exactly a one-to-one of the puppet. But I think this is actually a really good detail if anyone is trying to replicate the Showa designs, but adding details that weren't necessarily on the suits itself. So there is that. And the music a little too loud. I just decreased it a tiny bit. So there is that. Hopefully it doesn't sound as bad now. I know that's the thing with the music, is that it will sound fine on my end, and then it always either sounds a little too quiet or a little too loud on the other person, on like the viewer end, which is always annoying, but what can you do sometimes? Like, I'd rather it be quieter on my end versus loud on y'all's end. And now Serena is doing 2 pieces here. I know several people, by the way, have multiple things for stream submissions. I only try to keep it to 2 just because I usually do so many now because there's more and more people coming into the server. So if there's pieces that you don't see on the stream, next stream they'll be in. So always just keep track of it when you're putting things in stream submission. But these are 2 pieces. One is a T-Rex, another is a Spinosaurus. I think she had been working on these before we had done the dinosaur tangent from the other stream here, but they are very good pieces. Like with this here, it is very inspired by Ember's design, but the head is a little closer to being more accurate to a paleo, unfortunately, a paleo accurate T-Rex. But the colors I feel are almost all the same as the Buck Rex from the Lost World, because you have that light green, the yellow, the black, the gray, except obviously all placed and marked a little more differently. But I like it. It's really nice in keeping with your style, really good. And same goes for the Spino design, where I think personally this design, at least with the head shape especially, is much improved over the Rebirth Spino's head design here. The spine I like, where it's got all the notches in here, which I know there's at least one Spino out of the 3 that has the notches on them. And then the claws are a little better, although I actually have a 4th claw there, which is interesting. So not exactly the one-to-one of the Rebirth Spino at all. But I think the most notable is all the notches that end in bitten off tail. So really good job on that, and I love the big streak here. Spinosaurus is such an interesting dinosaur because for a while you see it go from Megalosaur with sail to big Baryonyx with sail to now very different body shape from Baryonyx. And then when you look at the big 3 when it comes to the Megatheropods, Rex, either Giga or Karkar, and Spino, you have 3 very distinct body shapes for these 3 different theropods. And yeah, Spino's just carved out his own niche, and he's become so popular. Just gotta love it. Even though his rise to the top, it was atrocious, it was scandalous. He killed a T-Rex in cold blood. It was unacceptable. And I know this is like a little bit of a... It's not really a full piece to Skuru. I know Kuru just got his tablet and has been working a little bit more on some art. So you just want to do a little mock-up piece, and I know he'll be doing more designs and art in the future. But hey, always showing some improvement, always showing some work. Can't go wrong with that, my man. I appreciate it. Eutyrannus deserves more popularity. I can understand that. Eutyrannus is an interesting dinosaur where people always be like, oh, Eutyrannus, big theropod, all theropods feathers. But that's just paleos being paleos. But I love the head shape of Eutyrannus. Proceratosaurids and dinosaurs that have similar head ornamentation, just like, I love that head shape. It is so interesting. And of course I made a kaiju a while ago that is very much inspired by Eutyrannus. And my thoughts on the Suchomimus news. So I had seen some of the initial news where it's probably going to be considered invalid, although I heard other people, or at least some more recent stuff, that is saying it may not be invalid, which in that case, if we still get Suchomimus, perfect. If not, that's unfortunate. Like, with Suchomimus, like, with T-Rex wasn't the first name that was used for the animal. So, yeah, it's always funny where there's always those exceptions, and then they don't do them for others. Like, with how well-known Suchomimus has been for a name, even if it is the junior name too. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. It's like Sin something. But yeah, like, so much of there's so little material attributed to that original specimen that might as well just make it Suchomimus at this point. But Suchomimus will forever live in our hearts. Rip Suchomimus, maybe. It's been 60 minutes. Like I said, he said tablet, sound like Talmud. Speaking of which, let me try even get back to those. Goizoa 99. The Gallo Earth was promised to us 33,000 years ago. I'm dead. This is how the channel dies, with thunderous Goi Plaws. And then we got some Hoshi bits right here. Another design for Apo, the Nightmare Devourer, and Granada, which is Mecha Apo. So I'm just gonna call Mecha Apple. I'm sorry. 6 times 6 times 6. I'm assuming there's a story reason behind it, but I've seen Apple's design. I've always loved it. With this design, obviously I can tell that's supposed to be the snout, but with the angle and the piece right here, it's very Gundam inspired. So good job as always, my man. Always love seeing your art. Always like seeing you improving, and you've been putting out stuff. I'd love to see some writing. I know you said you would pause a little bit on the flash fiction stuff, but hey, I'm not expecting them in by a certain date, so don't worry about that, my man. And then, of course, I know it's uncomfortable for me to show these off, but someone thought it was appropriate to steal a few pictures from me and my ex-wife back when we were still together. I was a different man then. I didn't really accustom myself to the taste of alcohol, but times change. I know. I was a little bit bigger back then, you know. Monkeys. And a piece from the Minecraft world with Gilyu. Which, speaking of which, a while back, the Gilyu speed paint that I had done, like some Chinese company had copyright struck it for using their music. So I wasn't getting ad revenue on that, but I was finally able to win that because they didn't try to appeal it. Because that would have been fun. I would love to have seen them tried, but it is what it is. And yeah, he's killing a Cretaceous Kraken, pulling the thrag, as it were. But I know he's also been on a bit of a War of the Worlds binge here, so the tripods outside of Crystal Palace, and I know he's been working a little bit on his Antediluvian Park project. Not as much though, but still. It's always on the back of his mind, and I will say, the like, I'm not sure how much I did for just tracing and how much you did with freehand, but doing the Megalosaurus here, because I'd seen it without like the red splotches on it, you did a really good job on this, my own, so good job for you. That was all freehand, and that's impressive, man. We did a little piece by Xeon as well, which I forgot to do his video when he had tried to do a backflip and beat himself in the face. So I need to see if I can find that and add that as a little thing for the streams in the future. But good job as always, guys. I love always showing off y'all's art. But if anyone else wants to do any stream submission stuff in the future, I will put a little Discord link here across all the things that we have, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, so that more people can get involved on this, keep showing off your art. And if there's something adjacent that you want to show off and be a part of, or just really help build out more of the community, definitely join us, talk more. I always like hearing people's thoughts, opinions, things of that nature. But without further ado, guys, let's end the music and start bringing people on to start chatting about the Monarch files, as it does not fade away. But bringing them first from the back to the front, it is the Minecraft world.
Hi. I have Haya Meyer Goji with me.
Hey. And also from the back to the front, our favorite white man himself, the Lao.
That's not very goyim of you.
I'm so happy I wasn't about to drink something. Otherwise, I probably would have just choked on my drink.
I mean, choking is very goyim of you because you people are not the promised people like I am. I have ascended. I have got my dick.
Well, oy vey, Lao. How about that?
I am now the most powerful mixture, German and Jew, all in one. 100% power level.
Oh
He really is a man of both worlds.
You get the best of both worlds.
By the way, Zim, I want to ask: did you watch Dino Diego's newest video?
It's 2 hours. I was probably gonna save it for tomorrow while I work more on my panel. So, but I saw the link for it. I just haven't had the time to see it just yet.
That's his 10-year anniversary celebration for like 10 years of being on YouTube, and like it is probably one of his best videos, period.
Oh, that's awesome then.
So,
I also know he did a stream on the Carnosaur analog horror, so I definitely want to. I had watched a little bit of it, so like there's a bunch of stuff I have to catch up on when it comes to him.
mm-hmm.
But when Lau is thinking about why the world's in so much shambles, I look at his heritage and I just look at him and give him some music references. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. We talk about that. Yes, we are talking about that book. So if you want to join, feel free. Feel free to join. But
I'm going
there's someone
in
else on
completely
stream
blind.
as well. So I love this one from Intestine Inspector Yin Yang Mother. That's beautiful. Let's bring two more people on from the back to the front. The 98 lover, the 98 cloaca sucker. It is the Vic,
Hello.
which he has something to show at the end of it, which I will show off later tonight. But for now, we wait. And the Red Man himself, he's a stud. We all know it. We all love it. The Nico.
What is up, gamers? It's time to
Say the gamer word.
It is time to talk about some scuffed lore. And
Some
I'm down to talk
typos,
about it.
some retcons, some BS.
Okay, so I just want to ask, right off the top of our head, why are we doing this?
For the
Wait, what happened?
Wait, that wasn't you, Zim?
Wait, what?
What happened?
What happened?
I don't know what happened.
And I use my Jewish powers to just disintegrate him. I
but
now
I came
have
back.
connections.
I came back.
What, did you just like bombard him with one of your orbital space lasers or something?
Yeah, I have connections now because I'm Jewish. This is not really Nico anymore. Now this is like going pro Nico. He's like one of us, but
no, why
inferior.
would you do this to me?
No, it's Nico Yahoo.
Bro, no, I do not co-sign.
Yeah,
on
bro
this.
died literally.
Yeah, I died, but I came back like Vegeta or Krillin.
He's not allowed to come back after 3 days because then that will be offensive to me.
Exactly. Yeah, why you can't do that? You can't do that, sir. You're not the Messiah.
Yeah. Also, by the way, this stream has now become impossible to demonetize because of my infinite money glitch.
Yeah.
I'm buffing the whole stream.
What are you clipping off the edges of my Zim coin or something?
Please buy Zipcoin at the checkout store.
Yeah, please buy Zim coin at the QR
G-Fest.
code below. G-Fest, yeah.
Be sure to
Become a
be sure to
Zimillionaire.
Be sure to screenshot the Zim T. Zim and T.
But seriously,
Yeah.
Zim, why? Why of all things? We could be talking
Because-
about art and shit.
It's simple because the Monsterverse hates us when it comes to how they want to present lore and what they want to do with lore. Yeah. We've reached new levels of chadacity. Chadacity.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. But no, Ink Dragon is actually right. The Monsterverse is impossible to keep track of because there is legitimately no direction to take. Like, there's no clear direction the series wants to take itself in. And I don't think that's an opinion. I think that's just generally the nature of the things. I believe.
No, there is
ultimately-
a direction. There is a direction. It leads straight to the trash bins outside your house.
Bro.
That's a trajectory, not a direction. That's where we know it's going.
But so
No, there's
Okay.
only one direction, and one of them is dead. Okay, so like we just have to take what we can.
One Direction? You mean the band?
Yeah, I literally said one of them is dead. Like, yeah, of course, it's the van.
Bro.
okay,
Like-
so okay, that explains a lot. But we already know the Monsterverse's lore is shit. Like
Mhm.
we already know it fucked it up very multiple times over. This is just I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like it's restating a lot of what we already know.
Third movie in, they already fucked it up.
No,
Still
doing
honestly,
better than
it's
the
from the
DCU.
beginning. From the beginning, from day one, it was fucked up.
Still
Yeah,
doing better
no.
than the DCU.
But anything is literally doing better than the DCU. Let's be real here.
Yeah, my
Supergirl
cousin,
just-
he's on a coma and he shits himself every day.
Wait.
He's doing better than the MCU. Like, it's not an achievement.
No, I said
Wait,
DCU.
is that real? Is that
I said
true?
the-
Shit.
I said the gun DCU. Because Supergirl.
No,
bombed
if he
worse
was a
than
vegetable, we would have eaten him already. Like, there is no useless people in my community. That's very
That's it.
goyim of them. We are illuminated.
Wow.
Indeed.
Wow, I said the DCU, not the
Oh.
MCU.
Oh,
'Cause
sorry,
Supergirl
did I
bombed
say
worse
did
than
I say
Morbius.
MCU? Sorry, I meant DCU. Sorry.
Yeah, Supergirl bombed
good.
worse than Morbius. It's genuinely funny.
But it's probably still gonna do better than Moana 2026. We can only hope.
How did you bomb worse than Morbius?
Because you weren't morbtacular.
Fair enough.
Speaking of someone who is morbtacular, Sea Monster, the Sea Man
Hi.
himself.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfuckers. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door.
I love that video.
I wish I had a bell on me so I could just start ringing it. It
Doesn't
really
have to be a
goes.
soundbite. No, Zim. What you should do is make that clip be part of like your reaction clips.
You know what someone should do? You know Breaking Bad, the guy in the wheelchair, like just.
Oh
like,
yeah, Hector. Look at me,
someone
Hector.
should
Look
get
at
both
me.
of those two. Yeah, exactly. Someone should get both of them in like the same room.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, so that answers my question. My other question, how the hell are we approaching this? Are we just going like in order of each monster that's presented, or
We'll go over like how the book is presented because I'm just gonna keep it out in front of me, and if need be, I can take pictures of it and then send them to Discord as
yeah.
well so everyone can see them.
that was my next question. Did you do like any prior scan, like digital scans of the book, or specific?
I don't have digital scans. It's just gonna be pictures, unfortunately. There are some scans that were leaked that I can find from Twitter because they were giving me some discussion topics, namely like the Dagon situation. So we can do that. But I guess before we get into it, I don't think everyone's seen this. I'll show it off here.
My name is Harry Dresden, motherfucker. Open the door. This is my neighborhood. Open the fucking door. Now, or I will fucking end you. Do you understand me?
My name is Dresden.
brilliant?
My name is Dresden, motherfucker.
Absolute cinema. We have peaked as a species.
Yes.
No, you know what you should do is at Minecraft, you need to animate that.
Yes.
You need to animate that.
That's better than,
Vic,
better than the
Ultimate
movie.
gem alert. Yes, there was never cold.
Send me that video. I will take the audio and animate it.
So, Vic, how do you approve of this, Vic? As our
This
little
is
98
slanderous material. Obviously, fake AI. We cannot have this. We cannot have this
Oh,
desecration
come on. It's
Godzilla's
better than
name.
98. Come on. It's better than
Yeah,
anything
it's
in that
fake
movie.
news. My people manufacture this news for you goyim to consume, okay? Like, this is fake news. I can confirm. They're straight up sent news from Israel.
God.
That is absolute peak.
And Texas Spectre said, Minecraft, you gotta rotoscope it like a Smiley Friends character.
I am not that good. Like, let me be 100% real here. I'm not that good.
Oh my god.
And before we start on everything, we'll have one more person who's joining us. It is Zapiro Tyler himself. We're going to put him in the center of the bukkake.
I've heard
Oh,
a
boy.
lot of things. I've heard a lot of slanderous things about our friend Godzilla 98, and frankly, folks, I'm disgusted.
No, we stand 98 erasure in this household.
You're just a bunch of Antifa 98 thugs.
I'm a proud fun phobe. Because I'm a fun phobe. Yes, I am.
Oh God! Don't reference that. Good
Kuru is
God.
begging us to wait to talk Dagon.
Oh no, trust me, Dagon's like he is really late into this, and we can just probably move over him if need be. Like, I guess to start out with, we can just look at like the first like notable page in the book that isn't like the table of contents, and it's essentially talking about the idea that of like legends about monsters, and then 2014 happens. Everyone's aware that monsters exist, and that Monarch has been in charge of trying to like contain, study monsters, blah blah blah. But it's signed director Conway, and here's the thing: there hasn't been a director Conway, I believe, in the MonsterVerse yet.
Who the fuck is this man?
Who the hell is God?
You know, it will
Is
be
he
so
the
funny that
Gaw
in
of
the
the
table of
Monsterverse?
contents, it will be so funny if in the table of contents you have everything divided by the priority of canon. You know, priority, total priority canon, right? And you have like a page, and then the next thing you have is fanon, and it's like the whole fucking book after that. Like this is some bullshit.
No, literally, yeah. Because I know there was director Hampton that was in GXK,
Yeah.
but and
Oh,
then
shit,
there was
director.
there was the other director who was in it. I forget his name. Is Lance Riddick's character.
Gillerman, like who was like it's a reference to the director of like his name is a reference to is a reference to the director of Kong 76, Gillerman.
Really?
Yeah.
I also again I never will never understand why on God's green earth they even had him there as a character to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. That was like a waste of like Lance Reddick's name came up, and I was just like, oh, where's he
He
gonna
was
show up?
like
And he's
supposed to be more prominent, but they cut a lot of the stuff in the
Stop
final edit.
Yeah, it's like he wasn't even, like he didn't do anything. All he just said like, yo, evacuations are in order. That's it. that's like it could have been anybody, really. You could have casted literally any. You could have casted Joe. You could have casted
Gillerman.
Joe Johnson in. You could have casted like Joe Beelzebub, like off the street, to play this character. And
It should have been me.
Was this in Monarch?
No, Godzilla versus Kong is
Wait,
when
was
Lance Reddick
this
appeared.
dude's name Gilliman?
Gillerman.
Oh, the black guy that is
Welcome
with.
back, Rabute Gilliman.
Apparently, it was his second Godzilla movie.
Oh, he was in Godzilla '98. Wow.
Yeah.
Huh?
I'm so
Great
sorry
track
for this
work.
man.
Wait, Lance Reddick was in '98.
Yeah, he was an extra
Where? What?
Where?
Which scene?
on the
which
bridge
scene?
scene.
So we got to
when
watch
Godzilla died.
Fred die! Yes! Let's go! Woo! Oh, Fred death!
All my homies hate Fred.
Oh God!
All my homies hate, Frank.
All my,
Fuck that guy.
all my homies hate Fred. As we
Fuck
all
that
say.
guy.
Exactly.
He
Wait a
couldn't
second,
even
so-
measure up to Fred.
Tim,
from
don't you remember Conway? It was always that cute flashback to Conway and Con strapped to the Destroyer, like that one Wolverine panel. No. Conway, he's literally like the hopium guy of the MonsterVerse. He's just tied down with hope, just the hope needle about to get injected into him.
He did the most. He did the most.
But yeah,
I think I'm echoing, so I think I might have to like reset. Hold on.
Not
I don't think you're echoing on my end at least, but
I don't hear an echo.
yeah.
Oh, all right.
You
Let me
sound
hear. Hold
really
on. Let me refresh.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the meantime, while we get him back on, we can go to the literally the next page. So it goes in chronological order for the most part. So the major table of contents are as follows. You have Monarch's Beginnings, Operation Skull Island, G-Day, Rise of the Titans, Hollow Earth Discovery, and then the Scar King Rises as the main table of contents.
Oh,
Since it is Monarch's Beginnings, really the most things you see here are from Legacy of Continuity errors. And in this case, since
wait,
Lom...
wait. I need to ask. Any comic mentions?
I was about to ask that. Anything regarding to the comics?
There is characters from the comics who are mentioned, but it is not really like notable. So like we'll get to them when we get to them, but since we're looking at
So like any of the Titans.
The Titans are mentioned, yeah, some of them.
Okay.
Yeah, of
Thank
course.
God!
My boy
Some,
Damazot's is in there.
some,
My boy
not all.
Kamazots.
Some, not all.
Can I
Some
say
not all.
something real quick before we
Yes.
start in depth? I'm just so glad for this book because it made me feel a lot better about my own world building. Because Jesus Christ.
Here's the thing. I'm
Are
pretty
you
sure
already
that
drinking?
going forward,
Wait,
I'm pretty sure that
Zim.
going forward, this book will never be acknowledged in the next movie.
Oh, yeah, calling it now.
Well,
Are
apparently,
you already drinking?
It never is.
no,
I heard a can crack.
no.
Zim.
It is you.
Zim. The clip was right there.
I know, but I wanted a fresh one. I really wanted to. But since we're getting into this horrendous thing, might as well crack it open.
Perfect.
So, since we're starting with Monarch's beginnings and we have to deal with Legacy of Cheaters, who do you think is the first character that's actually shown in this book?
That's
Any
a call.
guesses?
Lee Shaw.
Bernie.
Timmy. I think his name was Timmy.
Timmy Turner.
Timmy Turner.
Timmy.
Timmy.
Was it Timmy or Jimmy? Whoa. The guy's name. That guy. You know, like the funny guy, like the nice guy. Him.
You know,
Something.
I
No,
joke about.
Nico is correct. It's Lee. Lee's the first one who's mentioned, which I'm actually
Okay,
kinda
yeah.
surprised by.
Oh, thank
I
God.
called it.
Okay,
I
starting off
called
with a
it.
genuinely okay character. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm. It is like a lot of the human stuff. It just goes over like things like date of birth, their height, their weight, eye color, blood type, dexterity for some reason. I don't know why.
Dexterity?
Yeah, so like you know whether they're
Why?
right, like
Why is
whether they're
that?
right-handed or not.
Yeah, because that's like the most important part of the movies and the shows is like how like where they write with their hands and like how good they are on their feet.
Mhm.
Is he a lefty or is he a righty? These are the truly important stuff.
No,
to
no,
me.
no, no. We all know Lee Shaw is ambidextrous.
But no, he's right-handed apparently. So you're wrong, you fake
Damn it!
fan, you. We also get this.
Damn.
We get a
One of
service
these
title,
characters
job
better be
description.
ambidextrous, please.
Is division, which is considered defense, next to kin, which is not applicable. It reads sort of like a dossier that you'd get, like in a formal sense, but it's like some of them. The weird thing about this is that some of these look like it's supposed to have the feel of being like a patched together book where they have like drawn on like tape or drawn on paper clips as if like you're actually looking through a book that was pieced
That's
together with
so
this information.
cringe.
And
I mean,
The-
on paper it sounds cute.
On paper, it looks like shit, Nico.
that's the thing is that if it's not
Okay,
raised,
hold on.
Literally
Let
on
me finish.
paper,
Let me
actually.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, wrong. In concept,
On concept.
in concept,
I
it's
know, I'm
kind of not a
joking.
bad idea, but in execution, like, well, then again, I haven't seen much of the pages to know, but I guess for what going
what
off,
I've
it's not
seen, it
executed
is-
well.
Mhm.
From what I've seen, at best it is cromulent. At worst, it is oof.
Yeah, so like the information that's compiled will appear like very sterile, I guess is the best way to describe it. They look like a document on like a digital form, but then anything from like Legacy of Monsters, like the 40s timeline and the 50s, all that stuff from those periods, you get clips from the movies, not the movie, the show, but they're all like black and white, so they have a filter over them. They have like a background around them that makes it look like a faded photo and stuff, which I guess is cool because technically none of these pictures, if they were taken, would be shown as like color high definition like they are on the show. But the problem is that a lot of the pictures that they show were never actual pictures you see them take. It's just stills from the movie that have this filter applied to them. I think
Do we have
honestly
Do we have
it would have made more
stills
sense to
from-
step.
Do we have stills from the in-universe footage, like of the Castle Bravo stuff?
I'd have to go back through it. I don't believe so because most of Godzilla stuff isn't even in the Operation Skull Island. The Monarch Beginnings opening. Most of his stuff is reserved for G-Day.
I think that's like one of the biggest issues I have with like supplementary media that tries to like bridge all of the lore together. Is just like it kind of feels fan created, like in a way where like you mentioned them how they're just using stills from the shows and the movies, but like with a filter, like
and the problem though is like Monarch. Oh, sorry, from.
No, you're good.
I was gonna say real quick, that's some shit I'd see on DeviantArt, and while it's not bad if like one of us does that shit, nah, you guys are the official MonsterVerse, and you guys should really be picking up the slack here, especially since the world building is so shit between each iteration that we get of this universe.
Pyro, to that, before Sea Monster goes, I just have to say, these are the people who hire fucking tracers for their comics that take the, like, what was it, Sea-based logo and put it in the comics.
Yeah, Big Bass
Oh,
Pro.
you mean Bass Pro Shop? The Bass Pro Shop.
Bass Pro.
Never forget Bass Pro.
Titanus Bass Pro.
Exactly.
I am so. It makes me still glad to own that comic, to have Bass Pro Shop in my possession.
I think I have that comic as well.
I do too, because that's from Dominion. Yeah.
But the problem
too is go see.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like, as far as like the problem with with supplementary material like this, that's trying to connect all this stuff together, like the movies and the shows and all that, is that when you have something like Monarch, Legacy Monsters, and as well as the Skull Island Netflix anime, which I don't know if this book references that or not.
It does.
Probably not.
It does.
Oh, it does. Oh, it does. Oh shit. Okay, well, like when you try to do all that. Wait a minute. Hold on. When you try to tie all these shows together, it becomes, it's almost like it's pretty much a futile task, because the shows are totally incongruent with the movies, to the point where you shouldn't even consider them as canon if you want the movies to make any level of sense, and trying to make sense with the movies themselves, is already like an arduous task as it is.
And wait, so if they do actually reference the Kong anime, the quote unquote Kong anime, did they actually include stills from that show, or do they like show anything?
They literally just include some of the character refs, because they don't really mention the characters, just some of the creatures from Skull Island that appeared in the show.
That's so fucking pathetic. By the way, I wanted to ask, who's to blame for all this bullshit? Like, do we know specifically
who's responsible?
Yeah.
So the thing is that the book
commissioned
is done, like, it's adapted by Greg Keyes. So Greg Keyes is the one who supervised it. He's the guy who did the novelizations for all the MonsterVerse books, I believe, except for the Skull Island one. And for the most part, he did do the Skull Island?
He didn't do G14 either.
No.
Oh,
wait,
right,
guys,
he didn't.
I have
Yeah,
the books right here. Let me check on them. Like,
because it was like, was
it?
it Max Bornstein and Shields who did 2014? It's the book's a little far away from me.
So Greg Cox
who
wrote
Greg
the novelization
Cox for G14,
2014.
and then who did Kong Skull Island?
2019 was also Greg Keyes, okay, for King of the Monsters. And do I have the Skull Island book? I should have
be
it.
honest, I think like a lot of the blame lies. It's like a collective effort. Like at no point in the construction of this world or this universe did they actually come together and think about what has happened, like what's going to happen. It seems like
the producer's fault.
Yeah,
like if the blame is going to be laid anyway, like it's a collective effort. No one actually tried to.
Wait, Black says, wait. What do you mean the episodes? I mean, Monarch Files mention the Skull Island show. Yes, they do. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry, little one.
So I just looked it up. Kong Skull Island was Tim Lebbon. So
because
all three novelizations were made by three different people, but I'm trying to see if they say anything about who's supervising them.
I know there's a mythology department, and I forget who's.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the Amazon listing too. It says like the original mythology Bible writers: Barnaby Legg, George II, Josh Parker, and Chris Robinson.
I want to say
like the original. Are you saying like they were like the original mythology people, like there were some that were kind of kept track at first, but then they just left or were let go for some
The
reason.
problem with that is even from like the beginning of the MonsterVerse, there was issues because Awakening in 2014 didn't line up, and the writers for 2014 were the writers for Awakening. Unfortunately,
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like, it just seems like it starts at the beginning. Where like, no, someone actually cared about the continuity of this universe, and it shows throughout the rest of it.
Though I have to say, in defense, okay, comics in like movie universes, I don't know who got the idea that those are ever taken seriously. If you thought that at any point, you were wrong.
No, here's the
I
thing.
saw that comic and I immediately knew that's some bullshit.
The problem with it is that
That's some
since it
bullshit.
tries to tie into 2014, it ties it in the worst way possible because it shows scenes that would line up with what we see on film and they don't match at all. If this was some comic where it takes place far away from like the events shown on screen and it was like considered non-canon later on, I'd be fine with that. It's whatever. It's unfortunate. But the fact that like we see two different interpretations of what happened at Castle Bravo,
Three
very close to each other in this case before we even got to Lom, is telling about sort of where they were going with the universe.
Yeah, and then like,
but on go Minecraft, and then I'll send the piece.
Dimspree mentions that Awakening was based off an older script, so that's probably why they didn't line up.
The thing with that is that even if it's based on an older script, they were working with it's not even like it was different writers, it was the same writers, and you'd think that even if they were working with an older script, I think Awakening came out after 2014 was released anyway, so they could have delayed the comic just a little bit longer if they really cared at that point. And at least like in the 2014 novelization, it's usually a general fact that novelizations never line up with their movie counterparts. I can understand that. But like with comics, it's become common practice at that point in 2014 that comic material is treated as more legitimate than anything else in terms of like connectedness. I know Lau said like obviously it's BS, which is fair, but at that point you were dealing with a lot of multimedia franchises at this point. So the general consensus in a lot of cases for the normie is that yes, this is going to matter, which it didn't.
Hell,
we're gonna
maybe like to be fair,
I'll let
maybe
you go,
it's
Lau.
because
I'll let you
I've
go.
been. Yeah, don't worry. I'll be really fast. Maybe to me the thing is that I was always exposed to bad comics. So no matter what you do or what you promise me, I will always call bullshit on any comic tie-in.
That's fair. But real quick, okay, so Awakening, I might be just getting my days mixed up. That's my mistake. If it came up before 2014, well, in that case, it's like at that point, you're gonna give the comic maybe a few. It's just how they market this was like the film's marketing really good. How they marketed external material really poorly, and how they actually made the external material also really poorly. But before anyone else says anything, like this is an example of like one of Shaw's pages. It's not his main page, but as you can see, you have still from the like 50s era LOM stuff in like this picture format with like the quote unquote tape here because it's supposed to be like a dossier file, and it's written as if it's in universe. So they talk about the fact that he was sent to the house here and that his activities were classified. So like we know more about what's going on than the book itself does, unfortunately, which is also kind of annoying. I prefer it when these books are a little bit more omnipresent and they just tell us information instead of trying to be in universe, because almost always they like will fail on some level.
I think you can make it work. Like from what I remember of the Birth of Kong stuff, they tried that and it kind of worked, but like there were other off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember some other instances where it failed, but like this isn't really doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was gonna point out in case of like a Godzilla Awakening, the most marketing I've ever seen is like whenever the home release of G14 came out, it says, "Oh, by the way, check out Godzilla Awakening." Like literally,
it always states the official prequel comic to the movie on my DVD advert thing whenever I put it.
Yeah, like that's the most publicity it probably ever got though. To be fair, like
So
I'm willing to bet there was like a tweet or two back in the day advertising it, but I can't confirm or deny it.
Ooh, let me bring him to the front. It is the blackest man I know, Kuru.
hey,
Welcome to the party.
I blame the quartering for what I just went through.
What?
Oh no!
what happened?
Oh no!
Oh no!
What the fuck happened?
I'll tell you. I'll tell y'all after the stream ends.
Okay.
Oh no!
Oh,
But I will just say that that real quick means I get to do this.
You too!
yeah!
Roll the clip again. Roll the clip again. Yes. Well, I'm sold.
Did y'all hear it? Did it actually?
Yeah.
Yes,
It was like
Yeah,
a
we
whole
heard it.
sound beat, dude. Like, click, click.
the Zimcaholics.
Yeah!
Yeah.
For the record,
I'm over here with a bottle.
for the record, what I'm just drinking is just a strawberry vodka.
Hey.
Okay.
Sick, I like that. All right.
I see your game.
Anyways,
But so
It's like a sour strawberry juice is the best way to describe it.
mix it with yeah, you're obviously taking it straight up. If you mix it with like a bit of club soda and then add some other drinks that usually are done for the sweetener, it'll be perfect.
If you could send me okay, this is gonna sound really stupid. I don't know what a club soda is.
I'll explain it to you after the stream, as well as in person too.
Yeah, because we are probably gonna go out drinking one night.
I am.
By the way, I'll and then come
I-
back in, okay? I'm just going to come from the PC.
Okay.
I am sadly not going to be going to G-Fest.
I know. It's unfortunate. Like,
But I will be
you're
getting-
missing GMK and -1, dude.
Well, okay, I'll get to meet. I will get to make up for the GMK thing by getting to meet the man who made them in person.
Oh, so wait, you're meeting Kaneko at a different event?
SF Godzilla Fest, yeah.
Oh, okay. I remember. No, I will say this. I was so happy getting to meet Kaneko. I forget what G-Fest he was at. It was the same year they did Symphonic Fury. So they got to see some of his music from GMK and Gamera. That was beautiful.
Hell yeah.
So wait, Black, I'm drinking straight rubbing alcohol.
Essentially.
No, that's Rooney. That's what
Oh,
Rooney's-
Bruni, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Bro, Dibs free. Bro thinks he's an Iron Lung.
Thank you.
So, but I guess moving back towards things, the first Titan that we get in this book is the Ion Dragon.
Really
Which-
quick,
Lame.
have y'all discussed Dagon yet?
No,
No,
we're not even
we
close.
just-
We'll get into it.
Because
We're not even close to Daggle Baggle.
I
Diggle
was,
Baggle.
I was waiting. I was
Don't you mean Adam?
Dingleback.
No, you've been like Thor from God of War. You're like, I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, because I have things to say when it comes to the whole Dagon stuff, and it probably involves my spiciest Godzilla take.
Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh.
Also, so, Ion Dragon first. Bakunawa.
Yeah.
Let me grab what the hell that thing's name is.
I think I'll accept naming them after mythological figures. I like the Titanus thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I just think it just comes down to the fact I think it's fun.
I like it. The problem I think is that if they're gonna name them after the mythological creatures and characters, they should adhere a bit more to what's going on. Like,
Yeah.
and the problem with the Iron Dragon too is that like, no, oh no,
What?
I'm back.
Oh no.
Oh
William
Oh no!
Oh no!
What's it called? My monetization the moment Lau pulled up.
What? We're flying to Philadelphia. Oh hell no! That's hell no! Whoa!
Rest in peace, monetization.
Monetization.
Rest in peace.
If you guys think about it, this book is the most Goyim thing you have ever seen.
Like,
it's Goy slob.
You know, yeah, it unfortunately is. Like, and the thing is that, like, when it comes to this kind of Goy slop, there is a lot of books that are similar to this. Like, there was a Halo one that I bought. There was like a Conan one years ago that DK put out. And there's been ones from other series that they've done. And for the most part, they're usually pretty good. But the thing about the ones that are good is that the lore and interconnected like elements from those universes are always done a lot better, so they feel more impactful.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like I think the Goy deserve better slop than this. I think calling it Goy slop is an insult to like slop and the Goy. Like, ugh.
No, at this point, the Goy have reached new lows.
Okay, I'm just gonna look up the Wikipedia article itself.
But yeah, so moving on to like with the Ion Dragon, like the show failed the Ion Dragon. This book fails the Ion Dragon. Like the show shouldn't have been about like cheating and relationships and quite literally the most Goy of Goy material. Not even a Monster of the Week. They should have treated it like how Supernatural treated some of its big bads. This should have been the final opponent that the humans should have faced and like been built up to throughout the season, and then we could have had our monsters for the week.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we continue with Ion Dragon.
Oh, sorry.
Before we continue with Ion Dragon, so for those who have no context, Bakunawa, also called the Philippine moon-eating dragon, is a dragon-like serpent from Philippine mythology. It is believed to be the cause of eclipses, earthquakes, rain, and wind. The movements of the Bakunawa serve as a geomantic calendar system for the Filipinos and were part of the rituals of the Babylonian priestess. It is usually depicted with characteristic lopped tail and a single horn on the nose. It was believed to inhabit either the sky or the underworld.
And here's the thing: he doesn't even have a single horn on his face. He has like the two little dangalang things on his snoot, and then the two ones on the back of his head.
And like, then, I mean, like, Axis Mundi could be viewed as an underworld-esque place,
or just the ocean in general, because he takes a lot of influence from marine life. Like, there is a lot of potential for the Ion Dragon.
Like a little fish.
The thing with the Ion Dragon,
he's like that goblin shark.
It's also like the biggest thing with the Ion Dragon to me. And I might just sound schizo. He looks like a Walmart Gauss.
No, I was just about to say.
That's what I've always thought.
That was the first thing. That was the first thing that came up to my head. That's just a Gauss.
I personally have a love-hate relationship with the Ion Dragon because there's elements and angles of the design that I really like. Like, for some reason, I really like the moments in season 2, but like the thing about it is we don't really see it at all. But there's like certain angles in that shot that I really love when it picks up the centipede thing. But then I don't like elements of the face. I don't like elements of the wings. But the rest of it is pretty cool.
Yeah, like I would maybe I'm the only Ion Dragon defender here. Like I don't like on the whole I think it fails, but like there are some tiny things about it where I love it and it makes me hate it even more because this could have been a really interesting design, and I feel that if the Monsterverse had like better world building, I know Serena had mentioned this when they were doing their redesign of it. If they really stuck to the idea of these creatures inspiring myths, if they treated this more like a species instead of an individual, this could have been the inspiration for like the wyverns and dragons across the planet. But they don't do that, and he just feels like his role feels wasted. The design feels underwhelming. And his fight with Godzilla feels inevitable. Like, I'm sorry.
Like, the more I look at this, the more, like I'm with Vic and use him. I think I like some of what it's trying to be. Also, 05, I will call you the hell out this one time. Man up your points and just buy the Gamera license. Let Gamera shine on his own, you fuckwit. Also, go debate Black. But... yeah, no, like I'm with you too, with you, Zim and Vic, on the Ion Dragon. There are things that I like, but overall, it's just, I
am extremely I am just extremely like. I feel nothing to the Ion Dragon, partially because I have not watched Monarch and refuse to. So I haven't even seen what he does. I mean, I think the fight scene he has with Godzilla is cool.
Well, for
I
one
actually really love
thing,
the fight scene.
Monarch pretty much
has
hasn't established that the Ion Dragon was responsible for the USS Lawton getting fucked up and just moved on in the middle of land as opposed to on a beachhead.
Which was where we saw it beached, literally. Like the whole problem with it is that it dragged the Lawton inland, and I'm sorry, the fact that they were able to take a picture of it before.
You got this relatively tiny motherfucker carrying that big ass ship.
Well, no, I can
inland.
accept like smaller monsters dragging things bigger than them. I don't mind that. My problem is that we see the Lawton beached on the beached and destroyed, and somehow the Iron Dragon caused it to get beached, and then they picked it up and then dragged it into the middle of nowhere, and no one took Monarch seriously between now and then. I'm sorry.
Why?
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, and the fact that
how did nobody else find it?
Yeah, and the fact that it also it contradicts Kong Skull Island, where they pretty much showed that the ship was just.
Does he even have
they got the
same
photos of it
markings?
just on the beach. When Monarch discovered it, it was just on a beach. As opposed to what this show goes on to say, it's like, no, it's not on a beach. It's further inland.
Mm-hmm. Or rather, it was on the beach. Yet somehow it got
Honestly, I'm just using the stream as an opportunity to take notes for the rewrite because I'm just imagining the opening for Legacy of Monsters. You have
the funny thing about this is the funny thing about this is the whole they didn't need to contradict it. They could have just had the scene be the same, but just on the beach. There was nothing that was stopping them.
The Ion Dragon literally is able to dive bomb into the water. If it sunk the Lawton, then it could probably swim. It's not a big deal.
It is not that hard.
They could God they just another reason why I just don't consider why the movies are just the be all end all say all of what is canon and what isn't. As far as that's all that matters. That's all that should matter.
So
my thing with this is when it comes to the world building of the monsters, it feels like everyone doing it just doesn't care.
I think it's an ego thing. Honestly, I think that even Mike Daughtry went in and he didn't really care about doing the same as 2014. He wanted to do his own thing. And I think that the progression that he wanted to do, he didn't realize was so disconnected from the initial concept of Godzilla being just an animal that just so happens to coincide with the goals of nature because, the Mutos are literally, how baboons. By the way, okay, I'll just phrase it better. Do any of you know what baboons do to lions? Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about, but I forget what it is specifically.
Okay. Then baboons, Rafiki, should have thrown Simba off that cliff for survival. So here's the thing: we know that baboons kill lion cubs, and they don't eat them. We theorize that they are smart enough to know that the lion will grow to eat them someday, so they kill them early. That's something that's 100% believable that Godzilla is doing as an animal. Okay, no higher sapiens, no higher intelligence, no human-like understanding of the world. No, he's just he has the instincts to know that, okay, I need to kill these two now before they grow into something that will kill me. That's understandable. And then Mike Daughtry comes around and says, actually, this is a god thing, and he's here to protect the balance of the world. No. He didn't do that in 2014. It was coincidental. So from that point on, I just see directors who are unable to just commit to anything because of ego, and they just need to do it their way.
If I may,
yeah, go ahead.
I don't think it's ego. I think it is literally just them getting
autism.
I think it is just because if you're put in the limelight to, hey, make a Godzilla movie, whatever you want, just keep it within this universe. Okay, I think, yeah, we know better as like writers, creatives, and all that, but for a lot of people, it's like it's jumping immediately to oh hell yes. Like
I mean, I get it. No, it's understandable. I'm not saying that it's not understandable, but it's still a problem. Like
no,
that's where the problem
it is
comes
still
from.
a problem. I'm just saying I think equating it to specifically ego is a little bit too harsh.
Yeah, it can be ego necessarily, but it's not necessarily that either. Yeah, like
it's not,
ego is like the worst case assumption. It's just like severe autism.
Because if you're doing ego, then that's like Leader brought up Ryan versus JJ. Like if you're doing ego,
that's the
Ryan
worst
Johnson.
possible example.
If you're just doing ego, that's Ryan Johnson. If you're doing like fanboyisms, that's JJ Abrams / Michael Dougherty. Like I don't think for a second Dougherty, Wingard, even Vought Roberts or Gareth Edwards were egotistical going into their projects. I think they were just fans who were given the quote unquote. I think they were just fans who were given the quote unquote opportunity of the lifetime.
They're also pretty close with each other. I mean, there were like 2 different promotional things they did where they all got together and talked about their movies. So they're obviously on good terms, unlike
they're on good terms.
what we saw with Ryan.
Like, that's
JJ.
fair. My thing with that is, like, any promotional stuff like that, honestly, always feels very scripted. I take a lot of it with a grain of salt because ultimately, if you're going to work in the industry, there's a level of professionalism and a level of courtesy you will always need to give.
Yeah.
Unless you are like the biggest name in the world. So and like just the edges of the industry have been smoothed over as like time has gone on. It's like just the general sentiment towards certain behaviors has progressed to the point where I'm like, I just know for the most part, unless it's like certain taboo topics or certain issues where you're allowed to be vocal and aggressive, you're never really going to get much conflict or disagreement or really any deeper discussion beyond what is going to appease like investors and things of that nature.
Yeah, like think about this. Would Gareth Edwards agree that Wingard has respected his vision of the character he established? None at all. Like
no. So actually, I'll correct you. You know what he'd say? He'd be like, I don't think he did, but I don't think that's a problem because ultimately we got a more fleshed out world as well. We get like a very like interviewee PR scripted.
Yeah, exactly. No, but that's the thing. You will get that, but you would never see Gareth like go and say ever. Yeah, no, he completely assassinated the character I had created. He will never say that. Yeah. He doesn't have the chance to say that.
Yeah, no. Like if he wants to have like, you know, future prospects, you know, like that's kind of like not the best thing to do unless you have enough like enough more than enough clout to even do that. Like if you're Martin Scorsese as an example, just saying like that, talking about how Marvel is just roller coaster ride slop.
Yeah,
like because it's Martin Scorsese, he could just like. You know, fucking legend. So it's like unless you are a legendary status, or even Quentin Tarantino, you know, like who could get away with saying like Natural Born Killers was shit. You know, like
or even insulting actors, like Quentin Tarantino was saying something about Danon. But also what I wanted to say before we move on to Minecraft is we have an example of someone that actually spoke up about bullshit, about some bullshit going on, bullshittery. With the art director of Obsession, and you had a bunch of dudes going in and telling her that she will never get a job again. An army of fucking morons saying that to her.
There's a problem. Like I have issues with how she handled it.
The thing is, if you watch the movie, you understand. Like there was a lot of work.
I didn't know.
It was a lot of work. She worked at a loss, and in a lot of cases, I think that like if based on the work she did, she would have been able to easily negotiate a better cut for a future film that she worked on. But because she worked at a loss and she feels she wasn't properly compensated for the success of the film, that is why she's speaking out. Because I'll say this, the director and the more like people who were closer to him in terms of like where he was at and how much he was putting in, they put down far more and had a lot more to lose than she did. because she could have easily backed away and worked on another project. Where with these guys, it was their baby. They were nobodies. They were given a chance and they knocked it out of the park. So I think that she handled it in the worst way possible.
Yeah.
Like I also don't. I have no interest in seeing Obsession just based on what I've seen, like from clips, which is like a lot at this point. Yeah, I like on a technical level. Is it really good? Sure. Is the acting really good? I just do not vibe with this story, and I have like no personal interest in seeing it.
Really?
And
just for context, the reason why I'm saying, that I understand what she's saying is because you see the pre-final script and there's so much that was done last minute. Maybe even, I don't want to say straight up improvised, okay, but the very last minute. And that's on the second half of the movie, near to the end.
Well, try not to spoil it, please.
No, I'm not going to do that. No, but where you can see some things that the art director will have to do, and I can just imagine her being on a complete rush, having to do like a lot of work, like a lot that wasn't on the original script.
Yeah. So and I will say this: that is fair. And again, the fact that she was able to do it on a rush, she can be like, "Well, I worked on Obsession. Look at the work I did on a rush. I will do this work for this amount of money with this amount of pay in this amount of time because now I will actually have more time to work and do things. I know how valuable my time is, and she could have handled it far more professionally and with more grace than she did. Because I think she ultimately tanked her career in that case.
Yeah, I mean, like, she was given a better opportunity. I mean, like, she was pretty much in better circumstances than even like than what you would see from something like Marvel, essentially, where they just start over from scratch, like while they're filming the fucking movies, essentially, because like with some of them, especially with phases 4 and 5, and 6 potentially. Like they would just be like, we don't know what this thing is going to look like by the end. We're just like hoping for the best because like you have like studio heads just throwing in notes upon notes upon notes because like they're desperately trying to have like as big of a hit as possible because they're desperate.
Yeah. Like I have no problem with that. My thing is that if it is I have no problem with someone being like, there was a lot of issues when it came to how a production was handled, but how it is worded and how she states that essentially like no one else really took a risk like she did and no one was really working out of pocket like she was is a disservice to everyone else who put a gamble on this movie and is now a lot better because of it.
Although not to derail the entire stream on the Obsession thing forever, the thing is I'm assuming you don't know of this, Sim, just because you haven't mentioned it. She like literally lost a lot of weight during the shooting. That to me, because I know people that have done this, implies that she was literally just running around having to buy stuff last minute. That's why I'm so sure that that's the cause.
Well, I bet that's the case too. But like because she's the one person talking about that, it's like if it's like an argument from without evidence or something like that, it's like I would not be surprised if everyone suffered from the production of this film. I'm not saying that no one suffered, but how she handled it, I believe, was the worst possible. And I feel that it could jeopardize a lot of other people's work in the industry if some people are like, oh, maybe we can work with the people who did Obsession. And someone's like, well, look kind of how she felt when it came to certain working conditions. Like her team or everyone else she worked with could be at risk as a result. And I could understand like not being happy with everything that happened, but handling it in a much more tactful way. And then like how she handled it would have been so much better as a result.
That is true.
That's what I'm saying. Like I understand, like I sympathize with what happened, but I do not empathize with how she handled all of it. But yeah, I guess like kind of moving on, we're kind of still in the Iron Dragon phase.
I'd like to state something real quick just to like bridge off because on the mention of a different person who made a different YouTuber who made a movie earlier this year. Apparently today is Markiplier's birthday.
Ooh. Yeah, apparently he's live streaming according to a member in chat.
Happy birthday, Mark.
Yeah, according to Leader.
Let's go raid him.
Yeah, happy birthday, Mark. God, I can't wait for that Iron Lung physical release. The discs look amazing.
Yeah, I cannot wait for that either.
Looking forward to it.
Have you watched Iron Lung yet? Or
Yeah, I have.
Yes.
Nice.
You have seen Iron Lung?
I have seen Iron Lung now. Yeah.
Thoughts?
Like, it's good. Like, it feels like I could see this. Like, I could see double featuring this with like Event Horizon if anyone's seen that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I can absolutely see that. Yeah.
I believe Mark said that one was an inspiration for Iron Lung, so it's fitting. But
yeah,
back to the Iron Dragon.
It's less about the Iron Dragon itself because after the Iron Dragon, the next two pages are just on the LOM original like creatures, which aren't Titans. So this includes the Brambleboar, the Endopedes, and the Frostvark.
My beloved.
Which the problem with the Frostvark is that they call it the Frostvark. That was never like that was a fan name, and there's one other famous example of a fan name, which again I have no problem with fan names.
Oh, we will get.
But they should just have like official names for them. But the problem too also is that the whole like dossier style like setup they have for this book isn't consistent. So I'll just use the Frostvark and the Iron Dragon as examples. So the Monarch designation for the Iron Dragon is Iron Dragon, then in quotes Titanus Bakunawa. With the Frostvark, its designation is literally Frostvark. But then every creature has a cryptozoological classification. With the three LOM, not like the three LOM Mudos, not Titans, they have like a scientific S name. So with the Brambleboar, it is Rubus grunino, whereas the classification, the cryptozoological classification for the Ion Dragon is Ion Dragon. And then the thing with the Titans too is that, and this was another carryover from Cottam, unfortunately, and the Cottam marketing is you have behavior for the Titans, and that's when you get into things like the Protector, Destroyer, etc. And
that I don't like.
And then you have like the nature, which is bio dash something almost all the time, which is different. Like nature is different from taxonomy. So with the Brambleboar, the taxonomy is flora fauna, whereas with the taxonomy for the Endopede and the Frostvark, it is megafauna.
Yeah.
And then ready. So then also for the Titans, at least for the Iron Dragon's case, it doesn't have a predation, but the other three do. And for predation for the Brambleboar, it is omnivorous, predation carnivorous for Endopede, and then thermotropic for Frostvark. Which I think when they mean predation, they just mean how this animal looks for food. Which in that case, predation means.
Is it like eats heat?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
That might line up with the show, based on what we see it doing.
The Frostvark eats heat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I did on screen.
So and then it says like the thing with them too is that they don't say like description when they're talking about like the characteristics of these creatures. They just say cryptozoology, which isn't what that you keep using these words. I don't think you know what they mean.
That's not what cryptozoology means.
So for the Frostvark, it's a short thing. It says a frozen tundra burrow shielded by heavy dermal plating. The Frostvark is a dangerously territorial beast. With limited visual and auditory acuity, Varks appear to use thermalocation for guidance, using the laceted nerves of freezer tendrils emitting from their proboscises to sense body temperature. They attack any potential threat. And then they have threat analysis. Their large size, thermalocation ability, powerful claws, and aggressive nature makes this super species extraordinarily dangerous. And here's the thing. There is megafauna, and then there's super species. The taxonomic designations they have for these makes no sense because the cryptozoological classification should just be scientific name.
Because I saw something the other day. I don't know where, I don't know from who, but I remember this scene where someone is discussing the name of something and they ask, "Why is it called that?" And a military guy responds, "Because the people naming this are all a bunch of fucking nerds." And then I see this. Right? It might be, and so I see this, and it's like, so it's a bunch of nerd wannabes. They're not even good at being nerds. They fucking suck.
This is maybe the only time it is appropriate to use this term. Sadly, I have to side with the paleos on this. The filthy paleos. It's the most awesome bro sounding designations for these things possible.
Yeah.
And they just make no sense.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's stupid. I will say on the Frostmark itself, my beloved. I love this thing. I have the Playmates toy in hand.
I'll say this too. The one thing, at least the only saving grace of these 2 pages is the fact that the Bramble Boar is subdivision, which I think it just means so with the Endopede, their subdivision is arthropod, and then for the Frostmark, it's Mammaliamorpha, which would make sense based on what they're based on. For the Bramble Boar, their subdivision is sus. It is just sus.
I don't know.
There is no way that says that. There's no way that says that.
However, I'll say this. Sus is a real thing only because it is an actual genus for both domestic and wild pigs.
Yeah, it is for boars.
It is a real thing, but it's just funny that it just says sus instead of.
I always knew pigs were kind of sussy.
I just feel like I don't know. I just feel like we
maybe the big fat wolf had the right idea all along.
This is how I know I had brain rot poisoning back then, because I heard sus and I felt my mind fire off like a sleeper agent. I'm just like,
no, we all have. It hit us all.
No, but I just figured we could give some attention to these other 2 like we did with Ion Dragon. Just brief thoughts on them.
There isn't much really. The problem too is that unlike the Ion Dragon, where actually not even with the Ion Dragon, with all 4 of them, they don't actually have shots from the show itself. There's 2 shots you get of the Ion Dragon. One is clearly it in a void of just doing a 360 of the model. Another one is probably just another angle of the 3D model, but it has the black and white filter over it with the fake paperclip attached to it underneath its description. And again, these aren't actual pictures, even though I know for a fact, I think the trio would have taken pictures of the Ion Dragon when they left the area.
Yeah, we know they took pictures of the Ion Dragon.
Yeah.
I believe Frostmark also had some.
Yeah, and then the Endopede, I know that was a concept art piece. Same thing with the Bramble Boar. The other problem too with the Bramble Boar picture is that there's clearly a watermark attached to part of it. So you can see an ER or something.
What?
Yeah.
Water? Are you
Show
serious? Show it. Show it. Show it.
Show it.
Yeah. Get a good picture, so.
Show me the money.
By the
This
way,
has to be
where are you going to send it?
I'm sending it in general.
In general, okay.
Yeah, it's just gonna make it easier because then I can pull it up and then show it on screen for everyone else. But yeah, no, it is literally just so when you look to its side of it, you'll see an ER there.
Where is this?
ER.
Oh my god, it's true. Yeah.
Where is it?
I'm trying to find
there.
Oh, I see.
Oh no!
Oh, come on!
And here's
someone was fucking asleep when they made this.
The problem here is that the reason why you see the reasoning they give for some of the pictures is that they say that some of these are pictures, other images, which are the concept art model images, are 3D or otherwise artistic representations in universe. The problem with that is, one, not all the images match artistically. So maybe you can make the argument, oh, it's different people in universe doing pictures, but because you also reference the anime, some of the creatures shown are just the animated reference images. So what are you saying that some of the people who were talking about these titans for some reason in a book that's supposed to be meant for Monarch agents would allow you to depict these creatures as an animated anime style representation, as a cartoon? I'm sorry, what?
You can't get away with that.
You can't keep getting away with it.
Also, I want to call something else out as far as art inconsistencies. So, in one of these pages, they have schematics of Mechagodzilla.
Oh, we'll get to that.
The
Well,
outline.
yeah.
The
Yeah,
outline.
no,
I'm
let's
scared.
watch
I'm so scared to find out.
I'm scared. Boss, I'm scared.
Spare that.
It's the anime Mechagodzilla.
I'm so
We're
That's
not
what we
even
get to Titanic.
we're not even out of the prologue, quote unquote, yet. We're not even out yet.
We're not even out of Monarch.
No, we are not. Because after the prologue, the next thing they talk about is thesis and initial field notes on the Hollow Earth. So the next couple of pages are about like how the Hollow Earth works, theories about the Hollow Earth. Then for some reason they talk about how like, oh yeah, there was these theories about Axis Mundi, but they're not real. And then there's a thing at the end where it says addendum, highly classified proof of the Axis Mundi theory has been recovered at certain points in Monarch's history, including a survivor of the 1962 Operation Hourglass. The temporal impact this realm inflicts on the body and mind is still being studied, albeit with very few data points to extrapolate meaningful conclusions or predict long-term consequences with certainty. Here's the thing, though. Because it's written in universe, and Lee Shaw is the first person we see on this, why are we doing this addendum thing? We already know for a fact Axis Mundi is real. We are omniscient viewers of this material. Don't make it in universe, because then it comes across as condescending.
You know what I would like to do? I would like to grab this book. Whenever they talk about Randa, I'm going to like get really uncomfortably close to the book, and I'm going to whisper, "Did you know he was a cock?" I know, because I literally know more than the fucking book.
We'll
Like
get-
they don't know that. They won't have the cock status next to Ryan Randa.
Ryan Reynolds, what?
We will.
Whatever, Bill Randa, whatever his name was. Like
Bill Randa. Bill Randa. That was his name.
He doesn't matter anymore. Shut the fuck up. Like
Yeah.
He was one of the best characters in the movie he was in.
And he was ruined. He was ruined. So what was it for?
The show ruined him, I guess.
The
He's
show
still one
did
of the
ruin
better
him, yeah.
He was still one of the better characters in the show. That's not saying much, but that was
past tense.
Yes.
He was made a cock. He is,
No,
and he will
I haven't
always be
even watched
remembered.
Oh god,
as a
I
cock.
haven't even watched season 2 yet. Oh god, and I know, I already know about that. I already
Bill
know
Randa
that.
deserved better.
Good, congratulations. You just, it's like, oh great. So not
And
only did he
here's the
die,
thing, ready?
like suddenly,
I'll wait for you to finish, yeah.
like it's. I just find it so funny that you can just watch Kong Skull Island, like unless you've never watched Monarch, which you're pretty much better off. Like you watch Kong Skull
Well,
Island.
that would be easy to
knowing
do
this,
because
you'll
most
just be
people
like,
don't even have Apple
wow,
TV.
wow, you just is like he just died. He died as a cuck. It's like his last words were, "Oh shit." Like that would probably be him realizing, shit, Lee and Keiko fucked one night. God damn it.
Probably multiple.
My
So, ready. Here's another thing too. There's like very rarely in this book there are some flashes of like at least somewhat interesting world building that is never mentioned in the movies or the shows, and I'm like, for world building, I like where this is going, and then it immediately like takes a rake to the face, like steps on the rake, full on breaks its nose. So on page 25, they're talking about like the Hollow Earth, the portals, and all of that. And they mention a actual cryptozoologist by the name of Ivan T. Sanderson, who came up with the idea of vile vortexes. And vile vortexes is an actual concept in cryptozoology, and it refers to these locations that are hotspots for like magic, like mystical phenomenon, magnetic
Shasta.
anomalies, unexplained
Taking that
disappearances, things of that nature. It is interesting. And it states that while he believed that the cause of these vortexes lay with unknown beings from outer space, they map remarkably well with the appearance and disappearance of Titans. That is interesting. But like the problem with this is that I don't know whether he actually believed this and like thought that, oh, these things actually had something to do with things from outer space, or they added this and it's something he never said and it's supposed to imply something having to do with like Space Godzilla in the next film. Because the fact that a world building book is releasing a year before their next movie and none of that stuff's gonna be included here feels like they are trying to like set up stuff for the next film. And
plus the stuff and the stuff that's already here could easily be undermined not just by that movie, but also potentially undermined completely by Monarch. But let's just say, like hypothetically, Monarch season 3 comes out. Like I'm assuming that this book was written while season 2 was going on, and I bet they did not keep tabs of what they were going to include in season 2. So there's probably stuff missing from that. And whatever they decide to do, there's probably going to be more retcons with like in the past, like stuff in season 3, just to milk that drama, as well as to essentially keep using the actresses for like Lee Shaw and actresses for Lee Shaw and Keiko and Bill Randa and so on and so on. And that this book would just leave out entirely, that they probably should have kept in. Like if they were just to keep it in, if it's supposed to be canon, and I use that word with a million quotations around that word.
Yeah, and they also explain the
Apparently,
fact that the crystals produce light and all of that, and it's like
apparently Sanderson believed the vile vortexes were created by like ocean currents and like atmospheric phenomenon. So I think it was probably just like a setup thing for the next movie.
He also believed that aliens use them as well. So it's not entirely set up, I guess. So I'll grant it that. Like, I will rescind the rake argument to a degree, because it is something he did believe and wrote about.
But still a rake to the stomach.
Mm-hmm.
Not the nose or the balls, but that's still a stomach.
Yeah. Still like a little.
Imagine being like fucking Space Godzilla and you're set up in this book. It's like just kill me already. Like abort me. I don't want to be born into this universe. Like, what the fuck are you doing to me? Like at that point, don't even do setup. Yeah,
Look how
it's
they
like being
massacred my
born
boy
in Latin
before he was
America.
born.
It's up to Space Godzilla to save this bitch.
It's like being born in Latin America or in Africa. It's like you see you're going to like appear there, and you're like, dude,
why?
No, please. Yeah, why? Why couldn't it be Sweden?
Lal, I am sending you to Portugal.
No. Okay, actually, that could be worse.
Here's another thing too: is that like I mentioned it in like the thumbnail with typos, and we'll be getting to the more infamous one later. But on the Hollow Earth page, they say when it's talking about like the whole time-space membrane thing with the portals, it says, I'll just start from the gravitational and temporal anomalies like subtitle. Entry to and exit from Hollow Earth requires more than simply creating a hole that goes deep enough. Except we see Godzilla literally do that, but okay. And that's like not even something where it's like, oh, no one could have known that he could have done that. It literally happened in China, in a major city.
China.
But anyways,
China.
Between the surface world and the Hollow Earth is a membrane, a wrinkle in space-time where gravity reverses direction. Though we have learned to negotiate this membrane, it is poorly understood. I feel like it's supposed to say navigate, not negotiate. I guess you could still like I could like the implied meaning is still there with negotiate, but I just, given the fact that there is one very clear typo, I feel like I think it's safe to say that this might also be a typo as well. It's supposed to be navigate,
or like maybe an autocorrect something.
Maybe
he spelled it wrong and then it autocorrected to something else.
These Hollow Earth types are cowards, and the negotiations will be short.
And then the last page, and this is right, but we're about to finally get to Operation Skull Island. It is Hollow Earth Continued, Possible Origins of Life. And it is essentially it's proposing the idea that everything from like all life on Earth actually originates from the Hollow Earth and then made its way up to the surface. And that at certain points during like mass extinctions and the like, certain creatures went down into Hollow Earth and then would come back out. And that's why certain creatures have some kind of relation to the Hollow Earth. It's not really understood. Like it's kept super vague because this is never really explained in the movie. And if not, it's actually kind of contradicted because they say that Skull Island is an example of Hollow Earth pushing out onto the surface world rather than trying to imply that life originates from the Hollow Earth.
Okay, but just for added context, have you read the Skull Island novelization?
No, it's actually the only MonsterVerse novel that I don't own.
Oh, it's the best one. But like if
And
you
just
read
like everyone
GBK
else,
or JXK, like literally you're missing out on this. Like if you already punished yourself for your sins by reading GBK and JXK, you should give it a try. The thing is, they explain that humanity, like the Iwi, escaped from this place, which at the time wasn't really called Hollow Earth, clearly, and that they came through a cave, and that they were followed by the skull crawlers eventually, right?
You know what's really funny about that?
That there's no skull crawlers on fucking Hollow Earth.
Yeah, there's no skull crawlers on Hollow Earth. The Iwi were followed through caves. Yet when and again, the what's his name? Brooks's son, his expedition is also referenced in this book here too, as well as some of the creatures we see there.
I need to say
yeah,
that I'm very disappointed in you. Just like everyone else, you neglect Kong Skull Island.
I tried to find copies. It was never at my local bookstores, and it was like nowhere. Like I'll say this:
excuses anymore. Excuses.
I don't think it's like I don't think it's even able to be printed anymore. No, I think
I don't give a shit about novelizations. To be honest.
No, but here's the thing, though. It's funny that Lau mentions this because, like, more of the recent lore has stated that the Iwi came up from Hollow Earth, but before that, with Brooks's son's expedition in the comics, they show the Iwi coming to Skull Island via boats.
Oh,
so are you telling me?
Yeah,
because remember they come to the Skull Island via the boats, and you see like Kong's parents at the beach, like fighting off skull crawlers already. Why would they be on boats coming to the island if they were coming up from Hollow Earth?
So I'm going to steelman this, but know that I don't believe any of this. It is said in, I think, the show, the Netflix on Skull Island show, that it's not just the Iwi. There are some other tribes that just are people who ended up arriving into the island from different places. You know, not the Iwi specifically should be from Hollow Earth. So then the question will be: are these implied to be the Iwi specifically, or just random
because
islanders?
he's like he gets induced into like a medical coma by ingesting something that the Iwi give him, and he sees the history of their people.
Yeah, no, dude. Like even when you try to defend this shit, like it's impossible.
Like here's the thing: I could understand like a Hollow Earth civilization, like a people living down there in like one way or another making their way up to the surface. Like you'd have to do a lot of work to make it make sense, but it is possible. It's fine. That's something I will accept in a Hollow Earth genre setting. But the fact that this was never consistent is annoying. And as Leader says, I guess they have super durability because of the vortexes. But then the vortexes don't matter because, again, Godzilla was able to shoot his atomic breath from the surface world and make it all the way to the Hollow Earth.
China to the Hollow Earth.
So they go from Hollow Earth to China
in their cocoon forms.
Yeah. That's called AliExpress, and yes, it's vortex protected. So you just ship yourself.
Shop AliExpress from Zimzilla. Use the code Zimzilla99. I love this. No, I actually don't. To get 30% off all your shipping needs.
All right, Billy Mays here with a fantastic product.
Skull Island being. Okay.
But I'm not done yet.
Call right now, and we'll double the offer.
I'm gonna call it the roach in the room again. Skull Island being canon to the movies makes the universe even more broken than it already is.
I think he means the comics, but even if he doesn't, I don't really care what the roach thinks.
You talking about the anime?
Let the roach.
Let the roach scurry. Yeah. But yeah, so we're finally at Operation Skull Island, which the first picture they show is from Brooks's son's expedition, which was one of the splash pages from the comic, which I'm like, okay. And then it's a little piece from Randa, actually, which is interesting. And you get like some actually like artwork that I think is, some of it is old, but some of it is new. where it actually looks like sketches and it doesn't look like just turntables of models. Where I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. Like some of the mountains, a little bit of some of the creatures, that's fine. Things like that.
That sounds actually cool.
Yeah. But then like you also get things where again, for some reason, you get a color splash page of either Gunpei, I think it is not Gunpei, it's Marlowe's plane, which isn't in black and white for some reason, next to a black and white picture of Randa next to one of the Kong's skulls. So
what the
or
fuck,
like
man?
you'll get like a color picture of that little kind of crescent awning that they go through before they meet the Iwi for the first time, or the spore mantis just sitting there, and it's very clear it's just like pictures of the sets.
Same, you don't get the same. It was a space camera.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna assume, like, I mean, it's been like a hot minute. Well, I'd say hot minute. It's more like a pretty cold minute since I've watched Kong Skull Island. I'm just gonna presume that the picture. No, that's why I remember this. The pictures that Mason Weaver, Brie Larson's character, takes, they're in black and white. So yeah. They couldn't even be consistent with the. Oh my god, people! What the hell?
The camera is still intact by the end of the movie.
I don't think I've ever seen Sea Monster this
black and white fucking filter. It's so easy.
By the way, I believe the camera is still intact by the end of the movie, so there's no excuse.
Yeah, it would be it would be intact, but it would be confiscated. So Monarch would just have it.
We see those pictures in the film too.
Confiscated by the end of the movie because of the post-credit scene.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. We're talking about.
Use the goddamn camera.
She takes pictures. People.
Pixar didn't happen.
Fuck you! I don't give a shit.
Pixar didn't happen.
That was perfectly timed.
Yeah,
that was perfectly timed.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask.
So you want to know what's really funny too, and like I will consider this a minor win for myself. They do like personnel files for Operation Skull Island, but they only do it for 3 people.
Who?
Randa, Brooks, and Conrad. Weaver isn't in the book. Brie Larson isn't in the Monarch files.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Rare Monarch files W.
Do they not mention Marlowe?
No, he's mentioned, but he doesn't have like a file on him. I guess because he's not a Monarch personnel. But Weaver is not mentioned. Like
Marlowe was the most important character in the movie.
And there's
she doesn't get a
Monarch
Monarch
the
file.
military men either. Like
none of them. No, none of the Sky Devils got mentions. But what's interesting is that Conrad, and they might be trying to get Hiddleston back, but he has a deployment history for Skull Island and then a redacted portion. So, and then Brooks also has a redacted portion, as does Randa as well. But it's interesting that Conrad has a redacted portion, even though we've never seen anything else from him, but we have seen stuff from like Brooks, for example.
Fuck.
That's so shitty. Like you buy the book and they give you redacted stuff.
So we have nothing on Packard and or Marlowe.
Mm-hmm.
Or any of the other guys that work for other Monarch guys that were killed, like the guy that got ripped apart by the Psycho Vultures.
Okay.
Nope.
Randa and Brooks, understandable. Keep them in here. They are important to the story. Marlowe was the linchpin. Marlowe was like one of the biggest things to come out of that. And Packard was the reason this mission went awry.
Marlowe lived there for like 30 fucking years. He should be all over the book.
Yeah,
exactly.
But like he does not get any pictures at all in the Operation Skull Island portion. Like his fighter plane is shown, and they mention, like they allude to him, but they don't really mention him on that page where we see his fight, like his plane does crashed.
Like outside of the personal
like
thing of
it's implied that, like, I guess because like I don't know, maybe they wanted him to remain like in like live his life and not like tell people about Monarch, because like the caption over his like downplane says, "The waves that crash upon the white sand shores of the southern coast are much more forgiving than the micro tsunamis of the northern peninsula. We came across the shell of a P-51 fighter stripped for parts, half buried in the sand. No remains found in the cockpit. The pilot appears to have survived or bailed out. We may not be the first to have left footprints on this sand. I guess, however, that because like there's this detail here when it's from Randa's notes, Randa and Marlowe never met, so I guess it's implied that.
Well, they did meet, but much later. Like,
yeah, they don't meet till later, but it's like
they never speak.
Yeah, they never. Yeah, they did meet because they fought the Skullcrawler together, or like they were there together with the Skullcrawler. So yeah, they did meet.
Yes. Yeah, they were together until the Boneyard sequence.
Like, okay, I get the idea of them wanting to leave Marlowe alone, but like the lack of mention or knowledge or like anything about, hey, we found this guy who has been living on this island for 30 years and knows pretty much everything there is to know about it up to this point. It feels weird.
It's
to
not even give a mention.
Even beyond the personal thing of him being my favorite MonsterVerse human character, it's just a glaring omission.
Yeah, I mean, and I would imagine that they would just like they don't even have this thing like he's gonna be we pretty much like let him go back to his family because like quite frankly he's not gonna want to recollect anything about what happened.
He's been away from them for far too long. Let him go back.
Let him have his peace.
And now, so like that's very fair. And after Conrad's picture, we get a few like pages about Kong, and with Kong, his main splash page after his sort of like introduction page, which they used a lot of concept art on both for Godzilla and Kong. You get these like a little slip here that says like Monarch Confidential, and it's like almost like pictures. Like because they're made to look like pictures, but the problem is they aren't consistent. Like I'd say like actual paper quality, they're really good, but they're just not consistent. So you have one picture of him, which is him claiming the axe in GVK, like actual like film. Then you have concept art of him pulling Mechagodzilla's head up for the proton screen, which is concept art, so it doesn't match. But then a really blurry picture of him with the power glove, and then a full like shot of him and Gia like touching hands. I'll do a picture right here so you'll see what I mean. But the fact that they just aren't consistent with that either is so weird.
And it would just beg the question of like, who's getting these pictures?
Yeah, like what is going on here?
There isn't even like, it's like it doesn't make any sense.
Actually,
maybe Nigel Marvin was.
None of them are even from Kong Skull Island.
Yeah, well, because it covers essentially all of his time in the like for the most part, with like some exceptions are saved later on.
Like let's just say like when Kong was getting his axe, the only people that could possibly get that picture were still in Heaves when he was like, lifting his axe up and doing that roar. It's like, who is down there? Like there's no one down there.
Okay. Him on the throne could be fine. You could justify that. Him being on the throne would be justified. What the shit?
What is that fucking concept art?
Like I said,
it's concept art.
That's concept art. Yeah,
it's concept art.
Okay.
Oh, shut up.
The power glove, understandable. Why couldn't you have him sitting on the throne?
Exactly. That would have been.
Here's another problem too. Is that like I have it covered right here. The picture that's behind it is definitely it's concept art of Kong fighting the Warbats, and they use like a very like finished Kong render, but the Warbats are super pixelated.
Oof.
Like it looks rough.
Oh.
You got the picture?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, all right. So okay. Maybe I just kind of like retract my little thing. I was thinking of a different shot of Kong.
Wait, are those like little Polaroid things? Like
they're supposed to be
on?
Polaroid, but one of them doesn't match the others.
Be Polaroids.
Wait, but are they separate from the book or are they on the page?
No, like I took them out of their little sleeve. It's on the other page.
And they come in a sleeve. That's so cute. Not.
Okay, I like that conceptually, but Jesus Christ,
that's rough. But then
even conceptually, it's completely off scale.
What is that?
That's definitely
this looks photoshopped.
It probably is Photoshop because this is early concept art of GBK.
This looks like the Filipino posters for Shin Godzilla.
No, it does. No, it does. It does.
You know what? You were right. The Goislop is too nice for this piece of shit. Like,
What
I
is
wipe my ass
I'm
with
sorry. The Warbat's head looks like Nebula, and that's not a compliment.
So okay, so I'm trying to understand it. So we have the Warbat who looks like he could be like hand drawn essentially. Well, hand drawn in the sense of like someone just like really like comic book, like pretty much a comic book essentially. And you have Kong who looks near photorealistic. How does this? What the fuck is this like a reverse like Looney Tunes back in action where everything is cartoon except for the people?
The perspective is completely fucked. Like
that
the
Warbat's
scale
pretty small. If we're just
exactly that's the first thing
Kong
I said.
is like
it's small
right in
as
front
fuck.
of it.
What's happening? And the wings even his wings look like how can he fly like that? Like
The Warbat looks like it craves death.
Exactly.
It looks like
Hey, kill me.
For death.
Kill me now. Do it.
You know what else I noticed, guys? There is a thunderbolt coming from the fucking side. Like, where the fuck is that even coming from?
Like,
What?
it's very clear to try.
Is he
Like,
holding his
it's like,
axe? Is
here's
he
the
holding
thing.
his
Like,
axe?
the image itself isn't bad for what it was supposed to be, which was very
it's
like
terrible.
quick, rough concept art that was supposed to like be a mood piece. Like that, I don't mind. But the fact that this is what's being used for a quote unquote field guide makes it just breaks the illusion of this being in universe.
Exactly. Like why do this? Why
Like the following
what's the
page
deal with that
afterwards.
blue laser up there? Like what in the background? What is that?
I assume it
it's
might
a
be
blue
like a
sky
portal
laser.
or something like
Maybe
that.
it's
I
got,
don't know.
no.
No, it's Lau's satellite laser.
So
Yeah.
like it's just a blue sky laser, sea monster. Don't you know anything? Haven't
Is
you
that
seen
also like a
very blue sky lasers? Also, the reason behind why there's lightning coming off from the sides is that's Kong with Palpatine hands because he's racist.
Or no, they're
I'm
actually harkening
dead.
back to the original King Kong versus Godzilla, where he has thunder powers.
Oh
Yeah.
beast
Oh,
of
that's
foreshadowing?
really
Wait. So Toho gave the giant monkey lightning powers.
I love what you're implying. It is hilarious.
What did they mean by this?
Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, actually, I get it.
But like following this page, you get another like big old page on its own, which I think is just like a model of young Kong. But then the next three images are concept art Kong and Shimo facing off with concept art Scar King when they sell the mohawk in the background.
Please show it. You have to show it.
Show it.
All right,
Share
let's
with the
see
class.
it.
Share with the class.
Share with your Goyim boys.
Share with the Goyim kids.
Do it.
This is what happens.
All my
This is what
Goyims
happens
hate
when the
the
Goyim have
Monsterverse.
no standards for their slop.
I know,
Yeah.
right?
All my Goyims hate the Monsterverse.
The next film should open with Bernie on his podcast showing the Monarch files.
It's saying that they're fake.
This is clearly Photoshop, people. Don't you realize?
And that's
no.
assuming he didn't know. Oh my god!
No.
What? That looks like AI. A Kong.
No, don't.
Well, it's not AI. It's
That
really
second-
concept art.
That second
Kong
image
looks
below
like
the Shimo
AI
concept
there.
art- That second
I
image
need
before the
to
Shimo
call
concept
out-
art. That looks like he.
Shimo looks like a Borzoi.
Yeah, I think there's like
sorry.
images floating around of like
Why
more
does it
Shimo
look
concept pieces.
I'm
Why
sorry.
does it why does Shimo look like she's built like a Great Dane?
No,
Shimo
like,
looks
I'm
like
not gonna
Guru
say,
would have
like,
a
why
great
would you
story.
wait. I'm looking at the image I'm looking at the image below that. Why does Kong have breasts? Why does Kong have
Konga. It's Konga.
Hey, it's that Bigfoot. It's that Bigfoot.
Why
from
does
the-
he have boobs?
Actually, I just realized with how he's like modeled there, he's got like a chest and it looks like he's got like a skinny waist and a dumpy, and it's making me uncomfortable.
Why
Like-
does he have boobs?
Oh my god!
No, like it's obviously really pixelated now, but look, chesticles, this is where his leg is, and then it's here. What is this?
What is wrong with
Look
his
at his
ass?
so
waist.
curvy.
Someone in chat said it's Queen Kong. Someone in chat said it's Queen Kong.
Oh no!
It's
no!
Konga.
Stop. Oh no! What? Oh no! YMS is gonna see that, and he's gonna like coom over it.
Why?
Aw.
It's like, why is Kong double cheeked up on a Friday afternoon? Secondly, Lao. First of all, when it comes to Lao, King Kong, I see that. And second, what did you say to me about Shimo?
I said that Shimo looks like you will have a crush on her because to me she looks like a horse.
I'm done. I'm done.
My blackest friend now decides to attack my whitest friend. Look at the world.
Oh no.
Wow, my whitest soldier. Please be strong.
One piece of concept album.
This is God. It's like okay, Greg.
As you can
what
see
the
in the
hell
background
is
here,
this?
like it is talk about the Beast Glove, a little bit of the GVK stuff, and again, we're on Operation Skull Island, but they really didn't have anywhere else to put the Kong stuff because they have to have them divided by their movies.
They could have just used the footage that he was recording. The Greg was recording. They could have just done that instead of this shit. Just go in timeline order.
I think we're breaking Sea Monster. I think we're breaking Sea Monster.
You're breaking Sea Monster.
Okay, great. Okay,
we're turning him into the true Sea Man.
Okay, so I'm wondering like how much influence Greg Keys pretty much has because I've heard like if he has this much influence, like I would like to ask Greg, what is this?
What are you doing?
Like actually, what is this?
I don't know. Like I think more than likely he's probably just being tasked to do this rather than writing it all up himself.
He did
because
not like if he like this really came off like this was like a job and they were just like half-heartedly like not like no to say they did this half-heartedly would just imply that there was like any sort of like any consideration beyond just like whatever, I'll just throw some like random images as long as it looks like Kong and then whatever.
I don't know if we should put that on like Greg Keys outside of like any of like this is more like graphics design people because I've dabbled in like I did my yearbook. I was on the yearbook team and this stuff is a lot of work and you have to coordinate with a lot of people. I wouldn't be surprised if like Greg Key was mostly just doing all the writing stuff and
like most of the writing is probably
down.
not even like from him. It's probably more like whatever they gave him to like.
Okay, yeah, that's why I'm saying I don't know if this is Greg or not. Like I want to make that quick. I'm gonna make that quick. I don't know if it was him that had the final say on this or if somebody else had the final say on this. But whoever had the final say on this,
Warner Brothers or
fuck you.
Like I have no idea what a narcissist is.
That's why I was asking, like, who do we have to blame for this? Like, we need to know.
We're all to blame.
No, I'm not to blame. I'm superior. I'm the chosen one.
He's the chosen one.
But like, I have recovered from the injustice put upon me by Lao. This I hate you.
She like don't tell me she doesn't look like a horse that just so happens to have a very short neck and a very short head.
Just because you're right,
but she doesn't. But no, that doesn't even work, Mal, because she doesn't even have a long face.
But before we continue, 05, you
I
have no
have
idea what
a
a
long
narcissist
face.
is.
Because I'm no.
So here's another thing too: is that like going next, like the next couple pages are just like Skull Island creatures, which I'll sort of describe like what's what with all of these. The Skullcrawler one actually like is probably the best out of all of these. The main image is the concept art piece that I think a lot of people have seen before, where the Skullcrawler is like the eye is more noticeable and the front of the head is less like rugged, and it looks more like it's painted on. Like it's that really famous concept piece that everyone's seen before. And then just two pictures, one of Ramarak, one of the smaller one. It's not bad. Like if you change like taxonomy to like classification, that's fine. Same thing with change cryptozoological classification to just scientific name. That's fine. And cryptozoology to just description. It's not bad because it just sort of explains a little bit of its ecology, what we know about it, a little bit of stuff in its regards to like its relationship to Kong. Like that's probably the best page so far. No major errors. I'm like, cool.
You have the pictures? You have pictures?
Like I can show it off. It's like the only other like major thing too, I guess, is the fact that it's
do they still call it cranium reptant, or was that
yes
changed?
they do.
Okay.
No, that like I guess like
so-
I'll show like one picture instead of both sides of it because it's not even like It's not bad. It's probably like the best one there.
Scoliosis Crodocious.
Because the concept art wasn't bad.
Because I really like the name Cranium Reptant.
Yeah, like this concept art piece is like everyone's known this one. It's not bad. You got two pretty decent pictures. Like again, this is kind of cheesy because this is the same as this.
That is cromulent. That is cromulent, which is amazing in comparison to what happened with Kong.
Yeah. Like this is it doesn't really go into anything about the ones that were taken from Apex.
I need to like mention something. Like, okay, this might just be my eyes being weird. Why does the scroll crawler on the left look so fuzzy?
I think it's probably because of the lighting, and two, because it was concept art, it's gonna look fuzzier.
The brushes.
Anyway.
No, I think he literally looks fuzzy. Like he has fur.
No. I don't think it's supposed to be fur. I think.
If you're talking about these bits here, it is it's the water. Like it's very clearly water splashing.
It was a thirsty boy, and he's glad that he's not a four-legged. He's glad he's not a four-legged abomination.
Exactly. Wink.
I don't think y'all see what I'm seeing here, but it's like the one like just looks like he has like fuzz, like one of those like calico
like on his
critters.
like right here.
A calico critter.
I think that's just the brushes. Like I really think it's just.
Yeah, I think it's the brushes too. Like that's how I see it.
No, I know it is, but I'm like now I have the image in my mind of like a fuzzy skull crawler,
or at least with a beard, a fuzzy beard.
I'm dead. But yeah, like this one's not bad.
Like
but then like dragon. The following picture is the it's the mother long legs, and I think it's the image they show is from the Skull Island like special features, where you had like a background of like the jungle and then the model just doing a turntable for a second.
Right.
Following that is the Psychovulture follows it, and some of like you get one picture from the comic and then another picture which I think was concept art as well. Then you get 2 pages for the Skier Buffalo, which all of it is you get 2 concept pieces, and then you actually get a one from GXK The Hunted, which is the trophy room where you have a Skier Buffalo in there, which is weird that they actually have that. But
excuse me, that's interesting.
Yeah, remember with the Titan Hunter, he had that like.
I know what you're talking about. That's in there, really.
Yeah, which is interesting that it's shown there because that would imply that they raided his facilities and found the trophy room for that. But the problem is that it's not even like a different image. It is literally just the same image ripped from the comic. So
you think that they would have just used like pretty much like a screenshot from the movie when it's like in the water? I think Weaver even took a picture of it in that scene where it came out of the water. They could have just done that. Maybe even like obviously it would be in the style of the Polaroid. Like they just crop out like the people that are in that shot. And just have it like that. That would have it's like okay, you know what? That actually would have worked. They tell me they couldn't do that. Like it's it's like easy stuff that they could have done for immersion. Like this is all meant to be for immersion especially for Monsterverse fans. Like you're telling me to make us feel like that we're going through these files of this organization that has collected all this information and data,
this image is
pictures of the Titans and the world that they come from, the whole Earth essentially, and they can't even just like get the basics, the easy stuff right. Like how what is going on here?
Yeah, because then like following that, you get a picture of the Spore Mantis, which I think is just a model turn again because it's not anything actually from the movie or anything. But then the first Skull Island anime creature we get is the reference shots of the Aloe Turtle, which I'll open up right here.
Oh boy.
It's not even a dog.
No, dog is not in this book.
God damn it.
No dog or no dog.
And here's the thing.
I'm not
in Operation Skull Island, you only get 2. Like you get really only 2 things from that anime. Because you get the Aloe Turtle, which was so notable, and then you get the Grass Hedgehog. Those are the only 2 like things that
I
you
don't
get.
even remember that. I watched the anime.
It was it was in the scene when
not
like
even
the tree
Giga
creepers
Croc.
were in.
What are we doing here?
Not even the
Giga
chameleons.
Croc.
Nope.
Not Not even the chameleons.
Nope.
Okay, there's a question I wanted to ask people at the end, but I realize here that I might as well ask it now. I'm not watching Supernova. Like, I'm fucking done with the whole MonsterVerse. I think it's a thing for kids. I think it's stupid, and I couldn't, like, you will cut me dead before I take it seriously anymore. What's the point? Like I know we're joking and all of that, and it's like, okay, so if the point is that we're going to make fun of how trash it is, okay, like that's nice for a weekend, but like really, why should I even care anymore about
No,
the
like
monster?
honestly, I'm in agreement. Like I'm still like I'm gonna watch it because I'm like I just want to say, hey, I've watched every Godzilla movie. That's like my little bit of my goy, my goy guilty pleasure there. And like I'm similar to GXK, I'm only gonna see it once in theaters, and if it like happens to be shown at GFest, that's the only other time I'm gonna have watched it. Same with GXK, because I only ever saw that film once in theaters.
Yeah, I honestly thought that I was going to watch it on Netflix just for, like maybe I'm vacuuming and I put GXK. I never did.
No, here's the thing.
Didn't even hate the movie.
I have every single Godzilla movie on DVD. If I want to put a Godzilla movie on in the background while I do something, it's not gonna be GVK or GXK. I'm sorry.
98?
No. Ew.
Dude, 98 is literally better than all of the MonsterVerse.
You're better off with
no.
Yeah, no, it
not
is.
even
It is.
close.
No, it is not.
Yeah, no, I'd rather watch 98 than anything from the MonsterVerse.
Lau, this is a rare Lau L. I'm sorry.
No, they're both garbage of the same quality, but just for very different reasons. But before we go on the 98 tangent, I just want to get through the rest of the Skull Island stuff so we can get to G-Day.
I'd like to say, I'd imagine you'd rather take the first two entries over those two for like background stuff, because it's at least an attempt.
Yeah, I'd rather
like put the first two entries on in the background while doing
If I was to put a Godzilla movie on just for background noise while I do something, I'm probably just gonna pick early Showa.
I just show in general. I'm sorry.
Or just
show in general.
I'm taking Millennium. I'm taking anything Millennium.
Because it's like
I really just anything from 54 to 04. Like really, honestly.
I mean,
I
just
I just don't see the point anymore.
For me, it's completionist sake and also simply worst case scenario for me. I have fun with it for like an afternoon. I buy the DVD for reference material later, and then it gets the creative juices flowing for some art later. Wonders for me.
No, like
I would say, like for me,
I'm gonna see it because I love the MonsterVerse, but like even with its many faults, I will admit it is broken, not irreparable, but broken. But
I think, like Minecraft, I think you're always too nice. I think it is irreparable. I don't
really
see how.
I think the problem with this is how it is shown. I don't, because like it's missing information.
The problem with this too is that like I want to be more charitable, but like at this point, external lore and just what we see on film, we've come so far from KOTM where I feel like there's problems with Kotem, but I feel like a lot of it could be fixed. But like we're now a bunch of shows, movies, and external material away from that to where there's so many problems that are going to need to be fixed in order for there to be a satisfying universe.
I think like I still like
I love the universe for this, like purely for the sense of like what it did like for my early years, but like I'm more impartial to Lau in this case. But let's just get through the rest of these.
I still love the MonsterVerse as is, despite its many problems. But the purpose,
if I may, I'm pretty much willing. If I may, for me, I pretty much will give Supernova a shot, at least for the movie side of things, and just kind of see where it goes from there. Monarch, as far as like the TV side of things, I mean, season 2 out of morbid curiosity, and like I have serious doubts that I will ever engage with the show after that, because I feel like it would just like, for what I've been hearing of season 2, it's like, not only is it not better, probably only gonna get worse from there.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch Supernova because, well, I love these movies so far. I love the movie side so far, despite their many issues. I think I have hope for the film itself, even if it isn't perfect. And Space Godzilla's coming back. May as well see how they handle him.
Yeah, might as well just see how it goes. Maybe Space Godzilla is the key to making things suck less.
If it's at least better than the New Empire, then it will at least be like.
Maybe Heisei is going to be the reason the MonsterVerse survives.
Like, I'll say this:
but should it survive, even if this is the shit we're getting? Like Space Godzilla, doesn't he deserve better? Because we all say like, okay, so he's a stupid concept. Okay, he's a stupid concept, but what if you put him in a universe where he makes sense?
I'll say this, like, generally, like, I think we'll probably the last thing, though, real quick, is that if with Space Godzilla, or just a movie in general, if Supernova ended up being like a decent film on its own, and like the biggest issues with it are purely like based on this external material that we've seen and like all the other issues with the lore that aren't like breaking towards like it fundamentally as a film, I'd be like, I'll accept it for what it is. But like, if it's more the same, it's gonna be whatever.
If it's just the New Empire again, but with Space Godzilla this time, then yeah, that's where we start to have problems. If it's a movie if it's like a movie that's like look, again, supplementary material. If you ask me, it's just like book, like the comics, what have you. They're supplementary just, they're too easily ignorable at this point. Like the movies are pretty much like I said, they're just whatever's in the movies is the be all end all, because the movies are like the main thing. Like and yeah, obviously from what we tell, at least since, especially after the Wingard films, they're like continuity even on that, even if just judging on the movies, like regardless of anything else like shows or comics, the continuity for the movies is already in a pretty dire state. And we will see if Supernova does anything to mitigate it or not. It's just a matter of like it's just a wait and see type of thing, and that's just kind of frustrating to say. It's like there's only so much we can really say. Like, will they fuck it up? Will they fuck Space Godzilla up, or will they actually do him justice? Will it be better than GVK and GXK? Will it be, God forbid, even like, will it be like one of the best films in the MonsterVerse or one of the best Godzilla movies? Who even know at this point? Who knows? We can't say with absolute certainty about anything until the movie's actually out, or even if we get a trailer.
Yeah, if we mention this like later, like if the leaks are anything to go by from San Diego Comic-Con, maybe we might get like a teaser or something.
And even then, we probably would have to take the leaks with a grain of salt, because people can fake that kind of shit.
Yeah, but just to finish off the rest of this, so we can finally get to G-Day. You get the leak wing,
we need to get to G-Day.
Some concept art, and then a picture from the actual movie. The Siren Jaw, which is mostly concept art. The Meyer Squid, which is concept art with a bit of sketches, which is okay. The Vine Strangler, which is all concept art. Same with the Magma Turtle, which
Vine Strangler?
Yeah. We actually see that in season 2 of Legacy of Monsters, but we don't see the actual, like, any of the things from that from the show for the pictures of it. The Swamp Locust, which was another scrapped creature. The Spirit Tiger.
Yes,
with, like, a bunch of different designs.
Yeah,
like
Spirit Tiger.
A sketch which the design, like, that is super different from the original, like, just tiger with the antlers image, and then an armored version, which is also different.
Hold on, picture. I need to see this. I actually really like the Spirit Tiger quite a lot. I think this thing is cool.
It's all right.
Isn't it just a tiger with horns?
Antlers.
Yeah.
I mean, tigers are already cool animals.
But it's
works
just a tiger with horns.
It's a white tiger.
It works in
It's
its
a white
simplicity. That's why I like it.
Liger,
what I mean-
the
what I
lion
mean
and
is-
tiger mixed.
Oh, okay. It's more like liger thing.
What the fuck is that bottom image?
That
Like a
looks
That
more
looks
like
more
a
like a
lion.
vine
It
rat.
looks like if a liger fucks the griffin.
Yeah, honestly.
That to me is more kaiju-like, at least.
Hmm.
Like when
Yeah,
they
I
just
don't
make
know.
big
I'm not even
animal.
sure which one I would like. I think like the what is okay? Let me see what it's called.
But the thing is, these things aren't like kaiju size. They're just like because Kong holds one in his hand, and
It's like bigger than like a regular animal, but it's
Mhm.
like
It's bigger than a house.
it's like a Frostvark size or something.
yeah, probably
Yeah, it's
bigger
about that.
actually.
And Kong just like obliterates one in Kingdom Kong.
Yeah.
Wait,
But yeah, so going into G Day, similar to what they do with like Operation Skull Island, but I guess a little bit more respectfully, the first thing that comes up is Godzilla.
Okay.
I mean, of course, you gotta show off. You gotta show them off.
Do we have any men? Before we get in there,
Unfortunately, because of how they do it, and like whatever the monster's first appearance is, like the bulk of their material is there. So the first image that you see of Godzilla, well, respectfully, the first image you see is 2014, like that shot right before he roars. But then when you go into like his descriptor stuff, you see a concept art of Evolved, the concept art piece of him in the Coliseum, a movie shot of him right before he disperses the Shimo cloud, and some more concept art from GVK, which is then followed by like his descriptors, and it's like all the basic stuff we know about.
nothing from Condom yet.
Really, not like some of the stuff from like Brooks, a little bit about Casa Bravo and like observing him, and I guess like the really big thing is the whole like Evolve thing, where essentially he's just able to like change and shift his cellular mass in order to create his new forms, which creates like a lot of issues continuity wise, unfortunately.
Like you said it yourself in the short, the way Evolved is handled is interesting from a design and merchandise perspective, but in universe,
yeah,
oof.
Yeah. What's going on here?
And then following that, after Godzilla, like I think again handled very well. The next thing that comes up is more character profiles. So it is Serizawa is the next person to come up, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
Valid.
However, what's notable here is that how they set these things up is very different. So the personal files for Randa and Brooks are different from what they do for Serizawa, and in the case of Serizawa, they actually show what his status is, and they show obviously he's deceased, but it just a little bit of background history, really nothing that's not known to us. So it's like a lot, probably like spatterings of information from like the books as well as the movie, and the same is done for Graham as well. However, this really like a lot of it is mostly what's covered in 2014 and not what's covered in King of the Monsters, despite the fact that they show whether they're dead or not. Which in that case, it's a fault of how they're formatting it, where they're doing it like the files are based on the movies instead of like being more comprehensive. And then what comes next is the Muto file, which they're
we're skipping forward.
No,
Wait,
Graham's after Graham it comes to the Mutos.
They skipped Ford.
Ford is not mentioned at all.
Are you kidding me?
And Joe is not brought up either.
Oh, that's just you cocksuckers.
Jody
Ford, bro.
Joe and Ford are not. They don't get
You
files.
could have mentioned them in like one
Joe was like
page.
kind of important. Like
Both
Joe was
were-
like
no,
they
not
are
even Joe.
important. What do you mean?
Both were pretty important.
Yeah,
Ford was
Joe.
the
Yeah,
reason
Joe
the
was
news got
important
out to
because he was
sea.
tracking the Muto stuff, like the echolocation, and Ford was important because he destroyed the nest.
He saved
guy-
the city.
He destroyed the nest. He was the reason they got the nuke into San Francisco. He was the reason they got the nuke out of San Francisco.
He was the reason Godzilla, survived like getting pummeled to death by the Mutos. When
But he was
destroyed
kind
the
of
nest.
boring, guys. I mean,
Oh shit, Vic. Okay, all right. Vic,
He's
you're
important.
you're
He
fucking
is
with us.
important to the story. This is just as stupid as getting rid of Hank Marlowe.
Also, sorry, I have to break my rule. Shut up, 05. He is important.
Yeah, he is important. In the movies, objectively speaking, he was important.
You are literally the dumbest motherfucker I know. Please shut up.
Yeah, you're just I mean, I'm not even gonna. Here's the thing. I'm just gonna let me educate you. Okay, so like, you're telling me that blowing up the nest, so that God's, which causes the Mutos to be distracted by it, when that keeps them from killing Godzilla or paying attention to the nuke temporarily, the nuke getting taken out temporarily, out of the city. You're telling me that doesn't make him important? You're gonna seriously
don't give the roach more attention than it deserves. But
to the Ford stuff, I would have accepted at least a 2-page spread about the Brody family in general. That would have been fine.
At this point, when it comes to this book, and this just kind of comes into what I was talking about before the shit. Well, it's shit, yes, but the thing to me is I cannot bring myself to get upset at this book because, like, I can't make myself do it because I'm fully expecting this book to be completely and utterly fucking ignored by the time Supernova and Monarch Season 3 comes out.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So, straight up, my response to this whole book and this stream is, why does this book even matter?
Mm-hmm. It's for the kids, so that they can be like, "Oh wow, it feels like we're actually part of this universe." When in reality, it's
really that's what it is. Like it's low effort slop made for the kids. There's a problem with treating children like that, but like that's an entirely other thing. But I'm just like, I don't see why I should care about this book.
I'd argue
Nico.
Hold on, let me finish.
No,
I would argue against it because do you know how much this thing goes on Amazon right now?
What?
Almost $50. Almost $50 on Amazon now.
I won't say
it is a hefty book. Like, it is constructed very well. I think most of because it's collecting so much material and information, good or otherwise, that is why this book costs so much. Primarily, besides from the drama that it stirred up, the only reason why I justified buying it was because I knew I was getting a discount. So
because
the thing with a YouTuber making content also it's okay, but the problem is the people that are actually buying this. Like, we are in 2026. If you're buying this and you think that this actually means anything or that it matters, you're like straight up a kid or retarded. This is the same level of writing as the Five Nights at Freddy's books. Five Nights at Freddy's books.
No, Five, you are legitimately dumb because you literally tried to make the argument that Scar King is a quote-unquote World War II bad man society when it shares nothing in common with it. All you want to say is a authoritarian ape society. You say words that don't make sense and are not applicable to the situations they are. It doesn't just upset me that you have different takes. It's the fact that your takes logically do not pass muster. So please do not give me the excuse of, oh, I just have different takes. No, you don't. You just are wrong.
It's not that you have different takes. It's
but no,
that you
I don't want to give the Roach more credit than it's due. It's only because he's addressing
from the channel, dude.
Oh no, trust me. Every day I do not time him out is a test of my patience.
Okay,
but
this reminds me.
We can finally get to it.
Let's talk about the Mutos.
Yeah, let's talk about the Mutos.
We're not going to talk about the Mutos just yet because since on Graham's page we can finally get to it. Graham's first field assignment is examining an unidentified Titan skeleton found in the Philippines in 1999.
Oh, here we go with the day.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, I gotta do a novice check. What was that?
Do they have the file?
So yes, they state that it's an unidentified Titan skeleton, and later on in the Muto portion of this, when they're showing things, so the Monarch designation for these creatures is Muto for some reason, but their classification is Titanus Jinshin Mushi. So they use the Muto Prime designation as the classification for like the Titan group, but they're just called Mutos, I guess, even though Muto was also the term used for other creatures.
What would you have? I'm just curious. Like, this is just a general creative question. What would you have named them?
Honestly, like off the top of my head right now, I can't come up with a satisfying name. Although, if you gave me some time to really think about it, I could probably think of something.
Greg and Martha.
Greg and Martha. Greg and Martha.
And here's the thing, like I said, with the Muto section, with the big picture here, it is the mural of Dagon fighting Muto Prime.
Oh, of course. They love their fighting murals, don't they?
It is the mural of Dagon, but they say that the Titan skeleton was unidentified, even though the picture they're pulling from is when they're explaining what was going on.
Is this straight from the Aftershock comic?
Yeah, it's like the splash page before you get into the Muto information is the Aftershock cover with Godzilla and the Muto Prime, and then the other one is
So I think someone said it earlier. I don't remember who, but it was like the reason. I believe it was D-Man who mentioned this. The reason they quote unquote retcon Dagon was because Toho didn't want Godzilla to have multiple species, to be like more than one.
I think
it's
this
something
is
like that. It is okay. Now this is the thing I was waiting for.
Yeah, you get the floor.
Because it was very. It's very clear that I think, and I don't think this is all of it, but I think the reasons, the issues with the MonsterVerse world building is a very multifaceted issue. But there is something that I do think is it, and it is Toho being stupid as per usual. Because we have hard and fast knowledge that the whole reason as to why there isn't a Titanus Gojira species like there are other individuals is because of them. Because in an interview that I believe Goji Guy has with Greg Keyes, the guy who does the GXK novelization,
and it's the guy who did this book too.
Yeah, when they talk about Godzilla species, Toho just straight up told them to stop doing that. They want Godzilla to be a one-of-a-kind, even though that makes no fucking sense with, like, even how he was in the original movie or in the MonsterVerse, because it's very clear he's meant to be, like, the last of his kind in a way, so it just completely flubs anything, cheapens the significance of him going up against, like, certain monsters, like the Mutos.
Or Ghidorah.
And just like, it's so stupid, and this segues into something that was more just emblematic of a problem with the franchise as a whole, which is that I think the Godzilla franchise would genuinely be better if Toho did not own it. Toho should lose the rights to Godzilla. They don't deserve it.
No,
based. No, I think that's no, that's not based. I think it's understandable, but not based. I think that's
the only reason why I would wonder why you would contest that, Zim. If I had to guess, it's because there's the chance that we could get an even worse group to own it. Is that why?
That's just one reason, but the thing I'll posit when it comes to how Toho views Godzilla.
I'm just so fed up with.
Oh no, trust me, I understand.
Backwards business practices that at this point, I'm like, if you're just going to keep making every wrong decision possible, not just with the MonsterVerse, but
the anime
as well, with like learning all the wrong lessons from Shin Godzilla, that like you just showcase that at this point, this company is full of so many geriatric fuckwits that just don't know anything anymore, that I feel like they need to stop having this franchise be owned at this point. Because
I mean, at that point, if it's pretty much like the people that are in the company, it's less to do with like Toho, the company owning it. It's just the people who are like in it, who are running it. Who just need
the
to
thing
be
is,
replaced.
It's a cycle. It never ends. It doesn't matter who's there. They always do the same shit over and over and over again. Even when, and I will say, like, Legendary is doing the same thing, by the way. It's not just Toho, but also like the decisions that Legendary is making are literally just a mirror image of what Toho has done with Showa, which is just make it retarded and just running into the ground.
Well, then
they start with something that has potential, and then they literally do everything they can in their power to destroy that potential and like make sure that there's nothing left, make it for kids, make it slop.
Here's the thing: is that I would say that the character should be to one degree or another protected by a company. I think that is important because it gives them the financial power to ensure that nothing bad happens to it. However, I feel that the money behind a company should be wielded by the power of an estate with very strong legal guidelines. Because, for example, the Tolkien estate being shepherded originally by Christopher Tolkien was what allowed us to get something like the Lord of the Rings trilogy, the films. Although I will readily, one second, let me finish. They will readily admit that Christopher would readily admit that the films would not be to his father's liking, but they were done with enough sincerity and love for the source material that it would make sense, and it was allowed by the Tolkien Society to keep a certain air of sincerity and like direction behind where things were going, to where estates I think are important, especially if the legal language is strong enough to ensure that the thematic direction and integrity of a franchise is maintained. And it's not foolproof because once Christopher died and the Tolkien estate was taken over by relatives of Tolkien who were not as connected to him, that's when you started to see things like Rings of Power, and that one anime that came out. So I believe that companies War of the Rohirrim, yeah. Like I believe that companies provide the financial backbone and power to be wielded, but it is the estates and people directly connected to the artistic property itself that should shepherd and mentor people in order to keep a flow of continuity consistent. Another example of this would be Berserk, and the fact that even though Miura died, he was very instrumental in mentoring people under him, to where even though he is gone, Berserk is still moving in a direction that is pleasing to the fans and still within the vision of Miura.
When is actually the next volume supposed to come out? Just really quick, just because I'm actually curious.
I know there was another volume that released recently. Which volume are
like
you
a month
on
ago at most?
No, something recently happened.
Oh no, you have Green getting rushed to the hospital? Oh shit.
But anyway, what I was going to say is that I don't think Toho has preserved the original meaning of Godzilla at all themselves. I think that even in Showa they just shat all over it. They made him dance. The
I'd say like when it comes
nuclear
to
holocaust and its dangers was dancing.
That's the thing is that like when it comes to Toho then versus now, that I think is also an argument of history as well. I don't think that Toho or really anyone had the same forward thinking mind when it came to the idea of like hyper consistent continuity. People are going to be able to rewatch this material over and over again as accessibly as they are now.
I think it came across like
that is why I want to say that their cinematic universes are more common now than they are then, because people are able to go back to this material and reference it.
Exactly. I'd also like to state, I think it came from a very similar mindset of, we weren't expecting this to be as big as it was. Like, legendary.
Part of me also wonders, like if that is the case, but like, I suppose like what the hypothetical Zim gives is a like alternative, and I suppose I would concede to that point, but it just comes out of a just frustration I've had.
Oh no, definitely, and I understand it entirely.
Time that I just don't think, as it stands, whoever is calling the shots up at John Toho headquarters, I'm just like, I hate that you are in charge of the franchise I love.
Like, for example, like, I guess to bring it back to a more plausible ground, like, I feel like with Toho, had Kayama, Honda, Tsuburaya to a degree, and I'm forgetting his name, not Tomoyama, the producer.
Tomoyuki Tanaka.
Tomoyuki Tanaka.
If all of them were given a greater level of authority and like veto power over each other to decide the fate of the franchise after 54, and there were certain clauses put in place, like there's a certain like aesthetic or thematic through line that we have to maintain with these films, and they were bound to it legally, then I feel like the franchise could have gone in a different direction, because Honda did not want Godzilla dancing, but the company was like, make him dance. And Super Mario was like, make him dance. So then Godzilla danced.
Also, I believe part of it is also documented that Honda was a bit of a people pleaser.
Not a people pleaser, but he was a company man. Like he, he
that's
took his
what
job.
I meant. That's
like
what
he,
I meant. Sorry.
yeah, because that implies something different. He was definitely someone who is dedicated to his job, and if he was told to do something I personally think that is admirable. But I feel like if he was a company man and he was given more wiggle room to impose himself within the company through proper channels, and I think this goes for almost any creative endeavor, then you are going to have a more cohesive property as a result. Because like my response to this in your case, I was like, name any property that actually maintained its integrity, like at all. That is actually having material still being made to this day.
Evil Dead, Alien, like even though I don't agree
that,
with
like
Alien
wait, no,
Romulus.
you're saying that stuff like you're saying Evil Dead and Alien still have material that has maintained its continuity and its thematic depth.
Alien, no way.
Alien, no.
Alien has
Alien,
maintained
no.
thematic depth. Not, I mean, it has had retcons, but
It
Alien
hasn't
has
just had
like
retcons. There
completely
is
betrayed like what
Alien
the
Planet.
franchise was. Oh, Alien Planet. Sorry, I forgot that thing existed because I
Alien
haven't
Earth.
watched it.
Earth.
I don't know.
Alien
what
Earth. Sorry, Alien Earth.
Alien has had Alien has just completely obliterated its own thematic depth multiple times. Need I say anything about Alien versus Predator?
I suppose.
Hey! I know you're talking about the movies, but don't you dare besmirch my comics. I will fight you.
I haven't even read the.
I will come to Utah and throw them hands.
I have not read the
with
comics.
Alien versus-
Like,
okay,
I have
the
not
thing
read the
is,
comics.
The movies are like the worst representation of the Alien versus Predator idea,
My
but
point.
the idea itself is not actually like necessarily countering what Alien is. If anything, you could say that it enriches it by explaining that the world is bigger than we see. But like the movies are like the worst presentation of it. The reason why I said those is because I have completely forgotten that those existed. I don't really count spin-offs, as part of the franchise, because I see those as like let's call it like a beach day. You all go to like on an expedition. It's like a completely separate thing from
That's
the main
fair,
franchise.
I guess. But even then, I would say like Resurrection kind of loses it.
Resurrection
The
loses it.
closest that the Alien
Definitely.
franchise got to sort of like coming back to the point of the original Alien was Prometheus, but the execution was Prometheus, but the execution was definitely pretty.
Prometheus
tism.
tried. Covenant didn't do anything.
Covenant was trying to create like a union between Alien and Prometheus. Like the objective was there, but the execution again was not
Was a little
not
bit
good.
off.
So then,
Ridley Scott is just not on good years.
No.
As well as like when you mentioned
another
Evil
thing
Dead
that
2, I would
adds-
say that like
I
Evil
think to
Dead
kinda
and
go
Army
back
of
to
Darkness are very different too. Like thematically, those are very different films.
That is true, but
That's
they
why I was
are-
surprised when you said Evil Dead. Like they do not mesh with each other at all.
Yeah,
I suppose. Hang on, because it's like, I suppose. Granted, I have not read the whole series, but from what I understand, would Berserk be a good answer?
Berserk would be a good, actually.
Which would then segue back into your point earlier about all of the effort that had to go into making sure that that was maintained, even after the original creator has now passed on.
Yes, I would say yes for Berserk. And the only thing that actually to strengthen my point would be someone could argue, well, what about like the bad adaptations? And I'd be like, that is a problem with the adaptation, not the actual source material. And in a lot of cases, source material is being ripped away. Yeah.
Right.
So then,
I think-
Berserk would be an example.
I think one of my go-to examples for like how difficult this is Lego Ninjago. Lego Ninjago has changed 4 separate times over its timeline, and I would say like only recently it has actively gotten better because it forgot what made its prior stories work. and that's understandable, and that's because the company was shifting in different directions, and they didn't expect it to be as big as it was.
So yeah, I think
maybe that's not the best example, but like
didn't expect to be as big as it was. I feel I've had this theory for the past 5 years that I don't think anyone working on the MonsterVerse expected they to make it this far past Godzilla versus Kong.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure.
I would
even say King of the Monsters.
No, I would say G14. Like G14 was written as like a what is it? A
one-off.
It's originally like a trilogy at most, and then they shoehorned Skull Island after the fact.
It was originally meant to be a one-off. Like Edwards wrote that as like a definitive ending for the story, for the story that he wanted to tell. So like Gareth wasn't expecting to come back for the sequel. Legendary wasn't expecting G14 to be as big as it was. They already had the King Kong stuff, and I think like by the time that started, when King Kong was successful, and like the sequel got announced almost like about a week after G14's release, because the film made numbers.
Exactly.
That's just been my thing with this. They're just like, now what? Honestly, I didn't think we'd get this far.
Yeah.
And now they're just laying the track as we go,
like,
and all the problems that come with that.
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
they're not as competent as Gromit when they lay down the tracks as they go.
Like,
he at least found a workaround.
Just like,
you know?
this is something that even some of the best franchises like Star Wars have been down. George never intended for Star Wars to continue.
But the problem is okay, like Star Wars has like a lot going on. In a way, you could say that that's a good and a bad thing, right? Because you have so many options that there's a lot of paths, a lot of good paths and like terrible paths. But the problem with 2014 is that it was actually very straightforward. Like, it was very simple. And somehow they still managed to make King of the Monsters, and suddenly it feels like, okay, so now he's like this godly entity that's trying to maintain that. They had like a very simple starting ground. Like, it wasn't very rocky. It's not even like they had a bunch of the last thing. It's not even like they had so many options that you can say, oh, it's normal that they didn't know what to go for. No, it was very straightforward, very simple.
I don't really agree, because Star Wars is just as straightforward.
But with Star Wars, at least are we talking about the original trilogy or the sequels?
Yeah, like the first movie in comparison to Empire Strikes Back.
Okay, so a counterpoint with Star Wars, you could have done what they ended up doing, which was always clearly a prequel explaining the Empire. Since you have many different planets, you can decide to, like explore more of that. You can explore different type of rebel societies. You can do a lot because it's just political. In the MonsterVerse, it's like, okay, there's monsters. Like, you can say, okay, but there are politics that can apply to the monsters. That's kind of what they were trying to do in King of the Monsters. But the main concept is, one day we realize that there's monsters that are just asleep and they're starting to wake up for whatever reason. You just have to make more monsters wake up. And then you can do whatever you want. Yeah, it's true. You can go in a political thriller type of way. You can do more of a horror story. Yeah, you could do that, but like, let's not pretend that Star Wars didn't have way more options. You can go with horror in Star Wars. You could do a comedy. You could even fucking do a movie where, that band at the bar, they have like their own story and they go boop, 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 boop,
I mean, that's
you
nice,
could
Lava.
do
I think the
anything.
counterpoint with the Star Wars holiday special.
That's okay. I can see where you're getting at. I think it's a little disingenuous to like say that to like fuck, where am I going with this? Like
what I'm trying to say is, in Star Wars, all the characters are humans, and some are even more intelligent. Godzilla is literally just an
I understand
animal.
what you're saying. I think my brain was like caught up in the conversation. I just lost the point.
I guess like really going back to the whole thing about like the Godzilla species thing, I think another thing too is that in the case of the MonsterVerse, they already had set it up from the get-go that with Godzilla's species, every member of Godzilla's species can do the Godzilla things. I think Toho would be fine with other members of the Godzilla species being around. And if Godzilla were to die, we get another one that becomes the Godzilla that can do the Godzilla things. Because every other example we see of a Godzilla species from Toho, they're never able to just do the Godzilla things. And the ones that do are like specific named Godzilla characters, which would be like Junior, Manila, etc. And they transition into becoming Godzilla themselves.
One of the things.
And what about the legal side of things?
One of the things I think
I can get into that once Kuru says his point.
Hold up. Hang on. Is when it comes. Sorry, one sec. Sorry, I'm getting like DMs really quick. Which
I guess I'll say my point then if you're grabbing DMs.
Hang on, I think it just I think they just wrapped up. But like, I think to kind of talk about the whole species thing, I feel like there's a really simple solution to all this that I think, and that's to just fucking do what 54 did. Godzilla is either the last of his kind and was affected by the bombs in some way, which is kind of what was meant to be implied in 2014 and Awakening.
Yeah, they didn't need to change anything. Literally,
they didn't need to change anything. The origin was fine in 2014. It was it a little contradictory? Yes, it could have been smoothed out. But like instead, we have this like, and then I go back to the whole Toho thing. That whole conversation about whether or not Toho within Godzilla, that needs to be its own like discussion we need to have.
Yeah,
and it's just
we could do a debate, a 2v2 or 3v3. I don't care. Like I'm 100% on Kuru's side on this.
I don't.
I'll 1v3.
I don't think it's worth a debate. I think it's just worth talking.
I think it's worth a debate just because I think rhetorically there's a lot of things that could go. I think will go unmentioned. So I feel like there's value there.
We'll definitely have to organize that once we get done with G-Fest, you and I.
Yeah, we can definitely.
And I mean, obviously, I still have like the final words discussion, so I'm still trying to work that out because
I think because it left me incredibly frustrated, and then it just goes back to the whole Toho thing, which I'll save that for later. But yeah, that's what I'm saying is that like it didn't have. We didn't even need. This is an issue that never had to exist when it was fine how it was. Godzilla being affected in some way by the bombs. So he probably that's what gave him his atomic breath and all that. Would have been fine, and then we can learn about what caused his species extinction. And I don't know, make that caused by a monster and antagonist. I don't know, fucking Ghidorah in this case, like that one piece of like fan art. And it's like, you could have done that. And it would have been it's so simple.
They could have done that. I think the problem too is that
I think I've had another idea, and this was just something else. And honestly, I thought this before a shit ton of retcons that I learned about, was like, the reason Godzilla hates the monkeys is because, like, there was a war between his and Kong's species that he was a part of that kind of ended his entire race. And it's like
race war.
You see, you joke, but yes. And it's like, I don't know, you could have had that there. And I think, like, whether or not you like it, it's like, well, whatever. But I think it would have. I think it would have worked. And I want to call out that. I want to call out two comments really quick. Leader of Lost Souls, I don't know, I find it foolish just getting pissy and hitting the nuclear button. I am hitting the nuclear button because we have seen... I'm not hitting the nuclear button.
You're preventing it.
I am positing the idea that we should press the button to begin with because of how completely backwards Toho has been with this IP for a very long time that has become especially clear since the success of Shin Godzilla. And the second comment is, I hate the Godzilla / Kong War. It's so silly. How? Because if it's presented as a like kind of disaster, it would not be silly.
And by the way, I just wanted to add something to the first comment. We want to prevent the button because Toho has historically done this already like 3 times, where they just go to an era, they run it to the ground. Heisei was the exception just because it was so short, but even then the movies were like going low in quality by the end. Like Destroya was a little bit better, but it was still like flawed as fuck. And quality of the production, you can already see that it's actually really bad. So they are the ones that are trying to push the button. Like last time, they put it on ice for 10 years.
The thing I will
How
say
long
about
does it have to be for people to realize that this is a problem? Do you want to wait 20 years, 30 years for a new Godzilla movie? Is that what it's supposed to happen for people to start saying, yeah, maybe Toho shouldn't be the one making all the calls because they always do the same thing and every time it could get worse? There's a thing called fatigue now.
There's a thing I will posit just to mainly for rhetorical sake, and then I think we need to move on.
Yeah, I have a few things to say, and then we can move on.
Yeah, which is, for one, Millennium was actually shorter than Heisei, and that was primarily due to being damage control. The reason Heisei Millennium came and went as quickly as it did was because of the Jay Leno Iguana movie being terrible. And additionally, like, trends come and go. I don't think, like, we won't just consistent. If what you're saying is true, even then, I would posit we would not get Godzilla movies, like, consistently every decade, let's just say, for, like, the end of time. That wouldn't happen. Like, it would go in trends. It would come in waves, like all long-running franchises do. But what I am specifically talking about is the way the franchise has been handled in the modern day. And I think it is emblematic of it is a growing problem that became more minor, that started small and has become a problem now. Because, while it is true, because I disagree with the notion that Toho ran Showa into the ground. I think you're getting the history wrong. And that is its own thing. And I want to get into that, but I'm going to save that for my Showa videos, which you should watch whenever I finish them. Anyways, Zim, you're up.
So the thing, like, when it comes to, like, Godzilla, Toho, and all of that, could the MonsterVerse have made it so that we could have a Godzilla species? Yes. I think that there should have been more things they could have done to make it more in line with what Toho has done in the past, and therefore Toho probably wouldn't have been as, like, ass mad about it. I think that is probably the best case scenario, but they didn't. And then ultimately Toho was like, oh, I see what's happening. We're not going to do that anymore. Because if there's one thing that I've always learned, it's that if there's no legal precedent or nothing legally binding to prevent someone from doing something, there's going to be that one a-hole who's going to try something. Is it likely? No, but with how any kind of, like, licensing agreement is going to occur, and we also, unlike with 98, I have no clue sort of what the language used in the Legendary licensing versus the Sony one. There must be something that Toho's lawyers are probably preventing, which is why they're acting the way they are. But then as for the direction the franchise has taken recently, I mean, they kind of post Final Wars, you have that limbo where nothing ever happens. Then Toho decides, we'll focus really in on the Japanese market. They hire Anno, you get Shin Godzilla, something happens, Godzilla's really popular. And this is only after 2014. And then they're like, oh, Shin was experimental. Let's do more experimental stuff. They do the anime trilogy. They do Singular Point. Mixed reception from Singular Point, where in Japan it's a little bit more popular versus in the West not really popular. And then with the anime trilogy, not really that popular at all, even though it was banking off of a similar thing to what they did with Shin, where I know Psycho-Pass was really popular around the time the anime trilogy was being worked on, and as a result, that kind of flubs. But then you have -1 being made, where that is like back to basics, their safest option, and it does really well. And unlike with Shin, where they do new director, it's been some time since we've gotten for like a live action mainline Godzilla film that we're getting a director coming back to do something, and it also being a continuation. I think more than likely when it comes to what Toho's doing for Godzilla, at least film wise, it's gonna be safer, more consistent, and probably more thematically close to what we've had with -1, which I think is the best case scenario. Maybe it's me being hopeful, but I think that generally what we're looking forward to, from Toho is being fulfilled with -1. I think that I'll either be vindicated or I'll be proven wrong with where -0 goes.
I can agree with parts of that. Is that I think, as I've been saying since, like, I'm not going to say whether or not Toho's got their head out of their asses, because I need to see -0 for that.
Yeah.
But it's like, if it does, by all means, I will have my faith in the Japanese Godzilla stuff. Maybe like it'll heal by, like, I don't know, 2%. Look,
It'll
okay,
be a step in the right direction, hopefully.
It's a step in the right direction, but I've just got to see where we go after -0.
Consistency, basically, because we have always had like positive flukes. If you hear any noises, the cat literally trying to eat the mic. Wait, come here. So the problem is that we have always had flukes of good things. I'm not saying that's not the case. What I'm saying is that those are flukes, and then there's like followed by a bunch of trash.
Well, what's it called? I would contest the term fluke. Do you mean fluke as in like they just kind of stumbled on to like something being good?
No, like GMK. I mean, in a way, right? Because they went and they were like, "Hey, you made like these Gamera movies that are really, really good. So that's why we want you to make a Godzilla movie." And then it turns out to be like, again, really good. Then I don't know, like 54 was like a super unique thing, right? Like it was super ambitious. It was unique as hell, even for the monster genre. Like a lot of people know that it's heavily based on other movies, but just the mixture of ideas that went into that was like the initial spark. Even then, like the fact that it got so popular that they had the opportunity to bring King Kong in, and the movie was actually like, how can I say it? Like it was like a comedy coming after two movies that are trying to depict like this horrible, tragic, almost documentary like thing about like war and destruction.
I would say the difference in that instance was a comedy with purpose. Like,
yeah, no, I'm not saying
as well as like
thing.
actually
I'm saying,
speaking
like,
to your thing about GMK,
yeah.
like Kaneko declined to return to do another film because they wanted him to do a sequel and he just said no. And
that's
like
a good thing.
That's the thing. That's a good thing in this case. So I don't even think it's a fluke because I don't think it was a fluke. That they hired him.
Wait. I'm just curious because I believe I might have read it somewhere that the reason why he didn't agree was that he just didn't like the way Toho was kind of trying to micromanage him when he was making GMK.
There's a bunch of things, but like he declined the sequel. He didn't want to do a subsequent sequel. He didn't like Toho's micromanaging, but he also had scheduling conflicts as well. So it was a multifaceted thing, but I don't think it was just that like Toho had the opportunity to get him and then they just flubbed it.
I just want to I figured. I didn't think it was just Toho being dumb, but like I'm just trying to keep everything on the table as far as information so we can make, because ultimately we will never know the answer. We are not these people. Hell, I don't even think Kaneko remembers at this point. But this point, we are just making educated guesses on a person only one of us is ever going to ever meet. Good luck, Minecraft.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Trust
But
me,
anyways,
if I had these questions back then, I would have asked him at the G Fest he was at.
I would be fully willing to ask him at least some questions
What
about
I
his
would
time.
give to be fluent in Japanese and have a conversation with some of these people and just like
Oh,
write
definitely.
this stuff
same.
down.
There's a reason I'm learning it.
Yeah.
but
I guess should we
learn
move
English?
back towards the
I will become the next Steve Rifle, and this time I will have good takes.
But by the way, Sim, I just wanted to say, no, I don't think fluke is the right word. I thought that fluke was like when something is, but I'm guessing that I probably just didn't know that like the full meaning. What I meant is, like we have these points where we get like really lucky that we have these movies come out that are a little bit random. Like
Kind of like
Game of
lightning
Thrones
in the
came
bottle.
out of nowhere. Yeah, like that.
lightning in a bottle, I guess, would probably be a better
Lightning in a
colloquialism.
bottle.
Yeah. Like for better or worse, Shin in a lot of ways was kind of.
Yeah, no, it was. No, it was. It was.
Yeah, it was.
Financially, it was like one of the biggest movies they ever had. IP-wise, it just spreaded it all over the place. I know
and
that
like
Hurfacz-
it is the film that like kind of just set Godzilla on this path towards Best Picture
Yeah.
wins. Like honestly,
Yeah,
if Minus Zero doesn't win Best Picture, I'd be very surprised. Then like the fact is like no, like the fact that no Godzilla film had won Best Picture in Japan at that point, and then you have Shin Godzilla win it, and then the next live action Godzilla film wins it again, I feel is like telling.
Well,
Even if like we
Zero would have
don't
to
like
be
what
first.
Shin did, the fact that like with their 2 live action outings, the accolades that they were able to receive just generally both East and West Side, I think is notable. And that's why I feel like direction wise, I think is something to make note of. But we're essentially halfway through the book.
God.
We're only halfway through. We're 3
Well, because
hours.
we're
Jesus
we are
Christ.
because we're
3 hours.
we're still in Cotham's and the Cottam era.
We
Can
are
we 2
3
times speed a
hours
book?
in.
I wish.
We are
But-
3 hours in, and we're halfway through.
So I guess I'm gonna just go slightly out of order. So for the Cottam era, for the humans, they only go over 3: Mark, Emma, and then Dr. Ling and both Dr. Chen's for some reason.
It's a bit of a glaring omission to ignore. Who else was there? Rick, Sam.
I wish I was fast enough. I was about to say to Squirrel, but
Yeah, I was
I also
literally
was about to
thinking
mention
about
that.
like
No, like-
Madison is like mentioned in the book, but does not have a page
Jonah?
of her own. He's not in
Jonah?
the book now.
Just
Yeah,
Talk
you
about
think
Jonah.
that Jonah, considering
Hold
that
on,
he
is-
was like a big
hold on,
part
is-
of the mass awakening, all that. You'd think that he would have been. They would have like gotten like a file like this motherfucker right here.
Yeah, Jonah was not mentioned at all.
is Simmons in there?
No, at least not on the Cottam side. But yeah, like even though Sam's not important to him, I think that like you could have had like one of these pages dedicated to like the GT members, Rick, Sam, all those people as like just small little blurbs about them. But
Yeah,
it's
like
weird
notes.
who they do and don't include. But one weird thing, and I don't know why they added this, it's in the Mothra page because Mothra, similar to Godzilla and Kong, gets 3 pages. They talk about the whole Mothra continuity issue, and they handle it in the worst way possible.
Oh God!
Debate rages over whether the Mothra that died in Boston is the same Mothra as the one that emerged from Hollow Earth, but clearly some sort of common ancestry exists. Is Mothra reborn after death, like the mythical phoenix? Are there many Mothra larvae scattered about the world, all but genetically identical, or is the Hollow Earth Mothra the mother to the one who died in Boston? Iwi teachings on the matter are obscure and couched in mystery, and much of their knowledge remains beyond our reach. Perhaps they believe we are not ready for the truth. That is, it reeks of like meta writing, and I'm like, you should not have mentioned it.
That's literally just.
That's dumb as hell.
Imagine
I
someone in
dreaded
real
this
life
part that we were
theorizing this
part.
match. They will lose their fucking jobs. It's like I theorized that if Bigfoot is eating ice cream somewhere because that's his weakness, and it's like, how the fuck are you theorizing this? What's your evidence?
What the hell kind of sentence was that?
Who would even believe that the two Motras were the same in the first place? Like, that's bullshit. I don't believe that. That feels like you're creating a fake narrative so you can like establish.
Remember that was the Wingard thing.
Yeah.
Well, because they had those two different things that Wingard had. Because it was the whole
Okay, but whatever Wingard said is not in the movie. Like, no one.
Oh
thinks
no,
that
I'm just saying that, but it's like they should have never mentioned it at all.
Yeah, they should. They were better off just leaving that alone. Like, don't touch it. Don't touch it. Please, God, don't touch it.
Just ignore that. Just like sweep.
The less said about it, the better.
Under the rug, and just like
water under the bridge, as it were.
The thing is, it kind of, in a way, it's in a really twisted way. It would make sense because since Keyes wrote the GXK novelization, and that was like the thing that the whole thing about the Mothra in GXK being the mother. That's
I'm sorry, you got
like he just kind of like that was like something that he was like carried that he carried over into this from the GXK novelization. It's just like, dude, come on. Even you should know better than to buy into this than to let this bullshit get in there. Like, that's just like you should like. How does again? It's just like it's like one of those things where even even if you try to bring in like some of that supplementary material, it just like how much of that just makes the movies just look worse, essentially. Like, there's enough issues with how Mothra is implemented in the movie as is without extra material. Like at this point, it's just one of those things where I can't help but just like at this point, I pretty much cannot help but just be like just understand like why the people who make. Like, at this point, I don't blame the people who make the movies, like, to even ignore this shit. Because, like, it's just, like, how do you even keep, like, there's no, like, because nobody's, like, on tabs with each other, or even, like, or they're just, like, maybe the people who write the movies are aware that the supplementary material is, like, totally contradictory. So they'll just be like, nah, let's just not. Don't even bother. It's not worth it.
It's depressing. Like, straight up. Like, this whole book is depressing.
Oh,
like,
this is just expected, unfortunately. Like, I guess, like, to quickly skim over them, because, like, they're actually not bad. Like, again, the minor gripes I have about, like, their natures, classifications, and behaviors and stuff. Rodan's bio is, again, just certain factoids about him, information, like him fighting Mothra, bowing to Ghidorah, and then submitting to Godzilla at the end.
Yeah.
That's not bad. We also get, like, the little picture of, like, the cave painting of him. That's fine. And then they also don't mention anything about the Rodan from season 2. So clearly this book was being made and completed, I assume, before season 2 was done.
Yeah.
But that's my theory. But the issue is that Titan X is in the book. So I'm just like wondering why some of this was and wasn't included.
Oh, I forgot about Titan X, honestly. I was about to say,
she's at the end of the book too, but we'll get to that.
Oof.
And then Ghidorah.
Anyways, I gotta bounce here.
You gotta bounce. That's
yeah, me too.
If I could do some shilling here before I go.
Yeah, I'll let you go.
Okay. Well, this is pretty
much. Was that a fart?
No, not an actual one. Just a with my mouth.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Well, a raspberry. Well, this has kind of been your guest, the Sea Monster. Figured I'd at least stick around for a good chunk of this. You can find me here on the YouTubes, where I make videos and do live streams. I have a essay vid on Transformers Dark of the Moon that's still in the works. I'm hoping to have it done during the summer, pretty much. At this point, I don't know if it'll be by late July or August at this point, but it should be done pretty soon. Sooner than later. But as far as things that are coming up in the immediate, I have put out a video about toxic positivity. That's, not the best in terms of editing, but hopefully y'all will enjoy what will at least find it worthwhile. But as far as streams goes, this 4th of July, I will be doing a stream on Independence Day. Turns 30 this year. Figured I'd talk about that.
Shit.
today we celebrate our Independence Day on the 4th of July, which won't be today, but yeah, never mind. But yeah, follow me on YouTube for any updates, and follow me on Twitter for kind of more or less the same. But anyways, good night, guys. Enjoy the rest of. Hope you enjoy the rest of this thing. I guess.
Well,
You take care, C.
He's good.
But remember, doesn't need to say us.
I'm also leaving, by the way. Like, it's getting a little late.
Oh, I bet it's like absolutely crazy where you are. And
No. It's actually like not that far away.
Oh, actually, you're in South America now, right?
Yeah.
So-
The thing is, I have to go do some things tomorrow, and also like this is just, as I said, depressing. It's one of those cases where it's like I expected to be disappointed, and yet like I didn't expect anything from you, but you still disappointed me. You know, like that's a level of disrespect that the Monsterverse like has achieved like 3 times. I'm not expecting anything but disappointed anyway to the cube at this point. So anyway, you can find me by the name Caskeg everywhere, like here on YouTube, on X, and on Instagram. It should be on screen now that I changed it, so you can see it. And one thing I just wanted to clarify is like maybe I think someone said that I've been a little bit too negative, and that's fair. Like that's true, but that's mostly just because the Monsterverse is like literally the worst the franchise has to offer at this point, and that is kind of it brings me down. But I try to have like create my own stuff and try to do something good with what we have. So if you like storytelling or creature design or stuff like that, like you can go follow me and you see some of the stuff I do. Like I'm trying to develop like a Godzilla story. That's basically like my own thing. And yeah, the thing that Sim showed in stream submissions is part of a different story that I'm doing that's based on the Showa vibes that I like, which is like really crazy sci-fi and fantasy mixed all into one, but with that 70s vibe that also has like the government conspiracies and like detective stuff, you know? So yeah, like I'm going slow because I just moved, but I'm working on all of those things.
That actually sounds interesting, actually.
There we go. There we go. Thank you, as always, for both Lau and Sea Monster for joining.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Also, I want to apologize if I haven't said anything like for the past few minutes. So just been like,
no, trust me, it's no problem at all. I just always like having people on anyway. But yeah, like I guess
shit on the road.
Yeah, to keep going. But yeah, the Ghidorah and the Rodan ones are not bad. Like honestly, they're kind of what I would expect because they don't really do too much inoffensive. Excuse me. Now, well, with Behemoth, we get to the Behemoth where he gets 2 pages, and there's the whole thing where it says theorized to be the DNA progenitor of all Elephantidae. Behemoth may very well have been the inspiration for multiple beasts of incomparable chaos found in ancient scripture. It was said that these creatures existed to demonstrate the futility of questioning the highest powers, who alone have created them and who alone can tame them. In other myths, Behemoth's strength reaches its peak during the summer solstice each year. At that point, Behemoth let out a loud roar that makes all animals tremble with fear and thus renders them less ferocious until the cycle begins anew. So besides the whole Behemoth created all the elephants, it gives me the chance to now show off this, where this is a leak now. Again, guys, so like I have to do the Tizumi spoilers right here, guys.
Wait, you can do this?
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Base.
I just haven't used this in years. So as you can see, we already knew about Space Godzilla coming in, but Behemoth will return, having killed Amaluk. His tusk is repaired, and he says to his elephantine army to bring him the skull of Space Godzilla. I know I shouldn't be showing this, guys, but
the elephants.
They will. Like you'll be so satisfied when you see this.
I'm sorry, but I'm focused on the Peppa Pig one. I'm focused on the Peppa Pig one.
I was so focused on the
elephants.
Just Hortons right there was just the best. And then I completely forgot about
Manny
the
looks
1v1.
like he is going to murder somebody.
No,
Manny.
the thing that I'm so happy I caught on to is just the elephants from Dumbo, just the elephants on parade.
Yeah.
No, like Dumbo is leading them in the charge too.
And then I forget her name. What's her name? I know she's from Adventure Time.
Wait a minute. What's her name?
I thought it was like Apple something.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I remember her. I know.
I remember her, but I forget her name.
Also, there's the elephant from Tarzan, Tantar.
Yeah.
Tantor.
True. But like, I'm gonna be completely 100% honest. For as stupid as this concept is, I love the memes that have come out of it. This has made me love.
Her name is Tree Trunk.
This
It's
has
Tree Trunk.
made me
It was Tree
love.
Okay, I thought so.
Yeah.
Bring
This
me
has made
Tree Trunk. Yes, thank you.
the
bring me
memes
that
that have.
Space
Can I
Godzilla.
finish, please? Can I finish, please? The memes that have come out of this news has made me love Behemoth more. It is so stupid. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely adore this. Behemoth just leading an army of elephants to battle is one of the most badass visuals in my head. I love
And
it.
have it be Horton and Manny. Manny's looking
It's
like
so
Conquest. Stand by for my arrival, Sid.
Stand ready for my arrival, Worm. You were given
God.
orders. You were given time. You were given more leniency than most, and yet I find this world unfit for the arrival of my Proboscidean empire. That is why they sent me.
Well, no.
I am Titanus Behemoth. I am your final chance to fulfill your destiny. And he's just talking to
Or
a
an
random
elephant
ass
never
elephant.
forgets.
Or an
Even
elephant.
better. No, even better. Instead of like him being Conquest, he just looks like Conquest in his arrival. But he sounds like Ralph from Ed, Ed, Eddie, and it's his elephantine army behind him, and he's to see Space Godzilla, and he's like, "DNA has many doors, Space Boy." Also, it's so funny too that they talk about Behemoth being untamable and stuff because that's from the Behemoth from the Bible. Yet he is one of the few Titans that is original that has a fight and gets absolutely mollywopped by Amaluk.
Oh man, I love this. It is so dumb. It is stupid as hell. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Oh, speaking of Space Godzilla,
Everything-
apparently all Ricky boys complaining about Space Godzilla again on Twitter.
What's he saying now? What's he saying now?
All right, hold on. I have the tweet saved. He's like, kind of a hot take, but I feel like they shouldn't have put Space Godzilla in the MonsterVerse at all.
I could understand it, but it is what
I get
is.
it. It's like,
Going
I
next
love this.
is Scylla afterwards. Scylla gets 2 pages as well. They do mention the thing about like the Greek myth and mention the name Charybdis, but they never imply that Charybdis is another member of the Scylla species.
Yeah.
Which is apparently the whole thing with Scylla in Rome was supposed to be Charybdis, or maybe not. We don't know. They do mention, however, that apparently she went rogue, which is the whole like, oh, Godzilla keeps nature in balance and
So that was
stuff
that's Dominion.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Dominion. That's the plot of Dominion. So
And then following that, the man himself from legal hell, Methuselah, the mountain will come for you. Mentioned nothing about the legal thing or any like kind of meta comments about it. But actually no, maybe kind of, because it says like in this little blurb, it says Methuselah balances the ancient scales of destruction with preservation, waiting patiently for the moment when his colossal power is needed once more. So maybe that could have been like a wink and a nod to what was going on. However, I feel like this is another continuity error because it says that Monarch researchers named him Archie after sightings in a remote Canadian archipelago, unaware that he was obtained waiting for the call to rise, which is when they say he was finally awakened by Ghidorah, except that would imply that somehow he was able to...
He was in Germany.
Yeah, he was in Munich. Yeah, so...
He was in the mountains in Germany. What the fuck?
I know. And then we have Amaluk as well. They say that he was in Oregon, which I don't know if that's correct either. We can check to see.
I need to look into Monarch again. I need to look into where the Titans were because that does not feel right.
Yeah, I thought he was somewhere else too.
Yeah.
Like obviously that's far away from his mythological namesake.
Yeah, where is this mythological namesake from again? I forgot.
Pacific, like South Pacific.
Right. Okay.
So
also, Leader is apparently saying that Methuselah got some buffs.
Well, yeah, apparently that like with like how they describe him, he's like on par with some of the more heavy hitting Titans.
You know what?
Let me see.
You know what? For all the legal bullshit this motherfucker's been through, I'll take it.
Is one of the buffs that he does 4 times damage.
Yeah, no, what's it call it? And yeah, no, this is another issue as well, wherein oh, never mind. It says in folklore, Amalek was described as living close to the Forked Mountains in Oregon. But in the film, he was on the Pumpenier. That's, I guess, how they say it. It's a rock formation in Russia.
So it's the folklore that described him. Okay.
In Oregon. Except I thought, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, never mind. It is the people of Oregon, not South Pacific. So that is my bad. Okay.
Okay.
No, you know what
really
I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of Bunyip, not Amalek.
Right. Bunyip's Australian though.
Yeah, exactly. Aboriginal. And
which
then
means you know it's gonna have some BS.
With Tiamat's the next one, and Tiamat actually gets a lot. She gets she gets 4 pages technically because, and it's the newer design. You never see the original design, but it talks about her info, all of that stuff, her outpost.
Because she was in Stone Mountain in Cottam, right?
Mm-hmm. They actually mentioned the Chaos Comp thing about Tiamat and her relation to that. She was in Georgia, though, if I recall correctly, yeah?
Yeah, she was in Georgia.
So they accurately get that right.
Do they say anything on Lahamu?
They do, thanks to eco-terrorist Alan Jonah, which is his only mention here, I believe, in his paramilitary group, the Hyenas. Tiamat also had a bioengineered offspring named Lahamu, which is currently at large. So apparently if it's bioengineered, it means Tiamat is not like actually the mother of Lahamu and more probably just the genetic donor of.
She just adopted her.
Yeah.
So Godzilla really did roll up on a like single mom's home.
It's not a real child. You sissy liberals and your excuses. However, it does claim that it is a territorial dispute. Oh yeah, my man.
Wait, so territorial dispute.
Listen, all I'm saying is, quite frankly, Tiamat deserved it. That's all I'm gonna say. She was in Godzilla's way. He was trying to stop the Slop King. And she decided that she wanted to run the fades with him, and he's like, I don't have time for this. Please let me have this. Let me have my sun juice, please. Let me completely just ruin my design twice over. And just let me have the sun juice. She didn't like that. She didn't. So I had to kill her. I had to turn her into sashimi. I had to, quite frankly.
How dare you?
She deserved it. She stood in my way, protecting the natural order. And now I am going to go to Egypt and fight with these fucking monkeys.
So, based, but the next one up is
here. Joe's here.
Hold on,
he's been here for a bit.
Leader's comment.
Sam Jaws Monster.
Leader's comment.
Actually, I think that's a new person.
Leader's comment.
Oh no!
Oh no! But following up from Tiamat is Nakika. It looks like is the next one, which for the information, like the background, they combine the stuff about Titanus Kraken from the novel of King of the Monsters with Nakika, because they do mention that Nakika feigned life assist to bypass his containment field, which is what Kraken did in the novel. So I guess those are the same Titan now, apparently.
Okay.
She was in, I forget what containment field the Kraken was in, or like where that was located.
Where is it in the book? Where is it?
I can just find it here from the. Oh, you know what's even funnier about that too is that like, I guess they probably wanted to change that because of the whole thing with there's the Kraken from the Skull Island anime, so that's probably why they've melded Nakika with the Kraken.
I hate that design, by the way.
It is not a good design. It doesn't even match the book. So yeah, even with Wikizilla, they've updated it to where
is Kraken in? Where is the Mass Awakening? Fuck. Coming up. Where is it? Then we called it Monster Zero. Okay, I'm way too early. I am trying. Keep going. I'm trying to find
it. It's in the Indian Ocean. I found it. Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Oh, I'm on the Mass Awakening. Yeah, there's Mokele and Bebe. Do they have Mokele and Bebe in there?
Nope.
Damn it!
I think with the Titans, it was only the ones that actually had like actual images to add to it. So
there's Behemoth. There is Kong. I really like the Kong sequence in the Mass Awakening. So,
but what's funny too is the fact that Akika in Dominion is very like demure and is supposed to be shown to be captured by like Titan traffickers, which is what they're described as in this book. Yet the behavior is considered a destroyer, and the whole she'll rise again and create havoc. It's weird.
That's so fucking stupid. Godzilla went out of his way to save her.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that also again causes more issues with his character. Neither here nor there. And following up after her is Abaddon, which we get the whole thing about
the spider thing.
Yeah. With the whole must have been the origin for all spiders.
I like to call Abaddon Metroid Prime because that's what she looks like.
Really?
No, like I will show pictures later. I thought this the second I saw Abaddon, it looks like the Metroid Prime.
I could see it.
Yeah, but I like
take her or leave her. I don't care about her.
The Behemoth thing is funny. This isn't.
Yeah, because like the Abaddon thing never got any memes out of it. Because no memes.
No,
and then
no memes.
Yeah, so
we
following
can do
up on
tons
this,
of memes though.
With
we can have the same memes, but put Charlotte there.
Yeah, but they never did anything with them.
Like with Behemoth, I will say Behemoth already had some level of popularity and notoriety. He was one of the few Monsterverse originals to actually engage in a tussle. And he was already beloved by then. So, like, doing this, yeah, people were going to make fun of it. And even then, I will admit, Behemoth having the ancestral relationship to all elephants is still stupid. It's funny, but it's still stupid.
Mm-hmm. And then we get 2 tech reports for Outpost 54. It's the only outpost that actually gets one of these, and then the Argo. But there's no like real deep info about either of them. It's just stuff that's been stated before, unfortunately. Now, this is the only like one of these files that isn't a direct like one-to-one from the movies. So it's the Hollow Earth Discovery. And this covers stuff about the Hollow Earth that isn't already mentioned previously, but it also carries over a bunch of some GVK stuff and some stuff from a lot of the books and external materials. So Lind gets a page, Andrews gets a page, Gia gets a page, Birdie does not get a page. The Heaves, the ones actually shown in this section here are not the Heaves, the original Apex ones, but the GXK Heaves, but they do mention the Apex, like first generation Heaves.
I actually want to comment on Bernie not getting something.
As he deserves.
I got upset with Ford and Marlowe for that because it was actively important. With Bernie, they mention that they did not credit him.
Good.
That is so it's in line.
And now,
of course,
our
boy Rick was mourning over the loss of Bernie.
I could care less about a useless character like him. But
he saved
you on the mouth.
You get 3 characters here. So you get the King Broodfish, which was originally called the Murderfish, which was the dankly osseous looking boy from Dominion.
I prefer the Murderfish as a name. That's just a better name.
And it's apparently specifically a king broodfish. And There's supposedly a queen one, but obviously don't mention it, don't know, adding lore that was never there originally. We get a little bit on the Hellhawks, and then...
Oh, wait, did they mention Margiger?
No, MacGyver, no.
Damn it!
The Warbats get a little bit more of a mention. The Broodfish and the Hellhawks share a page. The Warbat gets its own thing. And nothing about like the Titanus Nozuki thing or anything like that. So that's unfortunate. And now here is the big one that everyone was like memeing on. It's the Rock Claws. So here's the thing. It says that they were the resignation is Rock Claws. Originally they were called Arachna Claws, which was the name of the giant mantid looking things from the 05 Kong pit sequence. But when it looks at their subdivision, it says Arthrorodira, Arthrodira. Arthrorodira. So I'll bring it up on the screen in just a second, so we'll know exactly why this is funny and why this has to be a typo. So, Arthrorodira is an order of extinct jawed fishes.
Wait, fish?
Yeah.
Yep.
Fish?
Yep.
You a fish.
I think it's the same group as like placoderms and shit.
Exactly. Placoderms are like, I think either with
they're
in order. They're in order with. Here's the thing. It says subdivision. Why don't they just call them orders? So they're in order within placoderms.
It could be my friend's favorite, Dunkleosteus from Rebirth.
They're related. So these things are related to Dunkleosteus.
Apparently. Yeah.
You know what? I'll allow it.
But here's the thing. No, but here they can't be related to Dunkleosteus because here's the thing when it goes over there, cryptozoology. With heavily armored carapaces akin to rock, these invertebrates possess a blend of both spider and crab-like traits and are common within the Hollow Earth. That has to be a typo of Arthropoda.
Arthropoda, yeah, they had to have made that typo. Honestly, this is funnier. Like,
it's so funny, but like the fact that they messed that up is crazy.
Can I just say I feel so bad for Greg Keys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're talking about the things that like Doug eats and the other mantle claw things, right?
Yeah, and they even mention here that the Manta Claws, the Ignatia Claws, and the Silch Claws are all like regional variants
I believe
of the same thing.
Do they mention the sand crabs from the anime?
What are they? Are they called just sand crabs?
I think.
Because they're silk claws.
I thought you were about to draw type shit claws.
Well, maybe we wouldn't sound so bad if some people didn't have big meaty claws.
What did you say, punk?
Let's see, ready?
Big,
burrowing crab-like super species.
Claws.
Well, these claws are just for attracting mates.
They're very sensitive as arachnid claws.
Man, bring it on!
How is Wikizilla doing a better job at these?
Because they
Wikizilla
care.
is based, and honestly,
and then here's the other ones that we know.
You need to use your power. You need to use your influence to get the Wikizilla members as guest stars for a stream.
They could ever not survive us.
So there's the rock bug.
I want to see Golden survive.
There's the Manta Claw.
Golden survive this.
Right. What the fuck is the crab thing from the anime? Because they were like, trapdoor crabs. That's what they were.
Trapdoor crabs, different thing entirely. It looks like. Yeah.
I actually kind of like those.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like
if you're watching this, give us some Wikizilla profiles.
Now the Drowned Viper comes up next, and it's in the same subdivision as the Warbats. So I guess that makes sense. I have no problems with that.
Serpentine Hollow Earth creatures, one's in the sea, one's in the sky. That's fair.
Yeah, like distant relatives. That makes sense. Now the Spine Prowler from the Hunted actually is mentioned here as well, which I'm surprised by.
The what?
The Spine Prowler. It was like that leopard-looking thing that the Titan Hunter fights against.
Oh, yeah. The cats. Right. Those things.
And then you also get Camazotz. Camazotz follows afterwards. And Camazotz one isn't too bad.
Camazotz.
Again, nothing too crazy about him. It's very small mention. Again, like with Behemoth and Abaddon, this may be the progenitor of modern bats, yada yada. Is what is.
I think still stupid, but like honestly, with something like Camazotz, you could probably find some way to justify it. But like, it's still stupid.
And then right next to him, like literally night and day, you have Edgelord, McGee, Camazotz, and then Doug. And so like you can tell that like the whole like nature thing is not to be taken seriously because his nature is bio dunce.
Bio dunce.
Mm-hmm.
Silence brand.
Yeah. And then for some reason he's also considered he's officially the smallest Titan.
How?
At 65 feet, he is the smallest Titan.
Frostvark and Parrot Frog are smaller, but objectively.
So here's the thing, is that the Spine Prowler's minimum size is 60 feet, but they aren't considered Titans. But they can get as big as 80 feet.
Right.
Let's see what else that's here. That is... Actually, wait a second, because we can go back to all the way to the beginning.
How big is Iron Dragon again?
Yeah, that's what I want to check. Oh, 102 feet. So he is.
It seems so long ago when we started on the Ion Dragon.
Yeah, we've come to 3 hours since the Ion Dragon.
3 hours and nearly 40 minutes.
I only came in an hour in.
3 hours since Ion Dragon.
3 hours.
Where were you?
Read that back to me, Zim. Page 1.
No!
Zim, for your punishment, you are forced to read this book and watch 98 at the same time.
Yeah.
While also having to deal with 05's ASMR.
Brother. So now we finally get to the last chapter that's officially labeled, and it's the Scar King Rises. First person that comes up is Trapper, which I love the fact that it is. You get to see. It's weird because there's a picture of Trapper, Bernie, Gia, Eileen, and then Mikkel all just sitting there, standing for like a group photo. Which I'm like, when would this have been taken?
Probably behind the scenes stuff.
It's obviously behind the scenes stuff, but like the fact that that's there, it's like, when would they've had time to do that?
Wait, where is it like set in?
It's in the jungle, like in the jungle. Yeah.
Why would you do that? Who would have taken the photo?
I know, right? The heave took the photo. It like folded its wings to give you a photo.
Zim, you sound so broken. You have just given up.
I know.
I think we're all broken at this point.
I'm having a jolly good time.
I'm still sick.
Of course you are,
so.
Vic.
Vic,
because you barely say
Vic, I know you enough. You probably have the biggest shit-eating grin on your face right now.
Yeah, and now we get to the Scar
still
King.
better than 98. Derek.
So ready. Scar King's nature is bio-autark. And
what the fuck does that even mean?
So like it makes sense, you know. So like Doug is bio-dunce and we get bio-autark. It totally makes sense, guys. And so
what the fuck does autark even mean?
It means whatever the hell they want it to mean. Move on.
And so
we're gonna turn that into a joke later.
They mention, for example, the fact that Scar King has glowing eyes, but they don't explain why. And then
you should make Sefohe a bio-autark.
Self-ruler or absolute ruler? That's what autark means.
A bio-absolute ruler. I will kill you, Kuru, for this.
I didn't do anything.
The crystal is mentioned too, where it's tipped with the whiplash is tipped with a mysterious crystal gifted with the apparent power to control and enrage other titans. It's not even just saying to control and subjugate Shimo. They have to clarify that later, but it's saying it could control and enrage other titans. Thank you for making the crystal even more of a McMuffin. And apparently, Scar King is the master of battlefield control, keeping his enemies at a distance with the whiplash while using his dexterity to evade direct blows. When pressed, he can call upon his enslaved to join the battle and tip the scales in his favor.
This is the guy that Rick the Squirrel says is better than Space Godzilla, folks. This is his man. This is his man.
Sure.
Guys,
wait.
It gets even worse.
Wait, no, Zim, please let me. I have another joke.
Oh.
No.
They made the giant monkey use a whip and have slaves. What did they mean by this?
It's funny, but I'm like, I just want to get through the book at this point.
No, I need to keep this going.
How worse does it get?
So Suko's next.
Oh boy.
Do you know what his nature is?
Oh no.
Mini Kong. He's not even bio. It's just Mini Kong.
Okay, I'm gonna admit that is so funny. That is actually hilarious.
Mini Kong.
Just like Monarch designation, Suko, classification, grade ape, nature, Mini Kong.
I'm gonna kill myself.
That is
Donkey
so,
Kong.
that is too funny.
Lau and Sea Monster left at the best time.
No, they left at the worst time. They need to have been here. To have seen this just delve.
Is Rudy still in the chat?
Kong.
No, he's probably asleep.
You heard of Diddy Kong, but now brace yourselves for Mini Kong.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So Diddy Kong's gonna show you his mini Kong.
Oh.
I think this is like as far into the night as we've ever done a stream. I am like, this book has sufficiently broken us down so completely.
This is the buck breaking of the Monsterverse.
This
is I'm tired, boss.
This is just
This is how Liberty dies.
No, it's just that gif of
Mini Kong's
it's just the gif of that dog just going like.
I will not allow this to stop.
Yes. No, literally.
I can't take this shit no more.
No, just again.
I will not allow this to stand, Kakarot. It must be saved.
Now we get to Shimo.
Shimo.
The thing with Shimo is that like her biggest
do to my
picture
girl?
in her image is a concept art piece where there's like a little bit. It's the one where she's kind of like curled back, and you see a lot of crystals like jutting out from like her elbows and from like the top of her legs. It's not the final design, but then there's a smaller picture, which is just her render that you saw on the toys.
No.
And so, for decades, Shima was a phantom titan. Her presence inferred, but long unconfirmed. I bet everyone thought that was poetic when they wrote that.
You're a poet.
As always, myth is our compass, and gods and monsters are manifesting winter as ubiquitous in world mythologies. And they mentioned the woman from the book as well, who did the evidence of the Ice Age thing, and then the cave paintings from the Call of Duty map.
Why did they do this to my girl? Please just make Shima. You know what sucks about all this is I really want some. Wait, I thought you were about to read it in a Jill's voice.
Number 15. The last thing you expect a book to do is break a bunch of autistic people on a voice chat stream, but as it turns out, that might be
the last thing you want is for someone to ruin one of your favorite Titans. But as it turns out, that might be what you get.
Me who still has their two favorites intact.
I can't take this.
Yours is a sashimi.
Yours isn't intact. Yours is literally like as far as we can.
One is a mother. The other one controls an army of elephants.
Guys, I'm so
She's
close.
also
I just
dead,
want to
though.
get this over with. I need this.
Please, I
the
need
tech
this.
report
My
is
stream's kind of homeless.
the mule, which is the thing the trapper used to do the whole Titan dentist thing, and then the beast glove. So,
did we just skip over Mechagodzilla?
I'll get to that.
Oh right, Mechagodzilla! We forgot about Mechagodzilla.
I'll get
The
to
cinematics.
Please just let me like Shimo people in chat. I think
So ready? Apparently, a big part of having Project Powerhouse go through was due to the contributions of a one General Rodrigo Rod Bustamante. Bustamante.
Busta Rhymes?
What? That's a name?
Oh yeah, you know him, John Bustamante.
And then so the B stands for Bioengineered Anomech Seismic Thunder. Woo. Okay.
I fucking hate the Beast Glove.
Oh, now
stupid.
if the Funko leak is anything to believe, he's getting an even better one.
Can we please just get rid of that glove?
They clearly want to turn him into Thanos.
We have the Wart Dogs, where you have their movie design, a sketch based on the movie design, and then concept art where they look like a mix of a rat, a dog, and an Intelligent, which is actually better than the actual design we got.
Can you show it?
Lena?
I actually think we got toys of that one.
We never got a Wart Dog toy.
No,
they had like minifigures.
You sounded disappointed. No, don't be disappointed.
Wart Dogs,
And then
bro.
beside
Strongest
the Wart Dog, we get the Tree Mimic.
Best monster. OP.
Rest in peace, Mikkel.
The one thing that can kill Space Godzilla.
I can't take this shit no more.
We're almost there.
Why do I kind of like that?
Okay,
Ooh.
that
Why do I
actually
like that?
slaps. You know,
That's pretty cool.
You know, and part of me makes me wish if this book wasn't supposed to be like in universe, it's just like a general overview, like without trying to like, oh, this is in universe book. Like if it was just showing all these pictures and nothing else, it would have been better.
Like, you can tell they really were struggling with trying to keep it in universe, because like if they mentioned like it was out of universe, they could have gone into all of it, like just all of it, everything, just explain the problems.
Yeah. So following that, we
Oh,
get
we
the
wouldn't be
parrot
here
frogs,
tonight now, would we?
the verticines, which again,
Verticine.
nothing of note really. And then finally, the last Titan we get is Titan X, who gets no classification, no nature, no standing height, no behavior, and no range. I guess because it was the new Titan at the time, they wanted to blur all that out so it feels like it's on the up and up and it's mysterious. So I'll just say everything that they show here. Worshipped as Kokai by the Santa Soledad village, Titan X is an oceanic alpha-class organism of incomprehensible scale. First recorded by Monarch in the 50s. Its biology fuses cephalopodic morphology with traits of deep-sea leviathans. Its body encased in radiant blue bioluminescent lines that pulse like a heartbeat. Unlike other apex titans, Titan X exhibits a symbiotic relationship with smaller life forms, namely the scarab colonies that enshroud it. The Titan's emergence patterns suggest migratory cycles linked to geothermal rifts and magnetic anomalies. To those who have seen it rise from the sea, Titan X is neither predator nor god, but the living pulse of the planet itself. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? I don't get it.
Titan
Why?
X, the living
Mythology.
what are you talking about?
Mythology, symbolism.
She's the pulse of the planet.
And
Jesus.
here's the thing. We have
It's
the
a Moses
scarabs.
story.
First observed by Monarch operatives during the 1957
I'm
Santa
so
Soledad event.
Roach is gone.
The scarabs are arthropodic swarm organisms that exist in direct biological resonance with Titan X. These bioluminescent creatures erupt from beneath the earth in conjunction with Titan X's emergence, drawn to its energy signature as though to a gravitational source. The scarabs are a singular symbiotic species. Their life cycle bound entirely to Titan X's own. When Titan X surfaces, they awaken. Each individual scarab carries ionized fluids that glow blue-white when near its hosts, the collective forming a living corona of light around Titan X's massive form. Monarch's official analysis indicates that they are less an independent species than an external organ of Titan X itself, a swarm that embodies the heartbeat of their queen, who is apparently the life pulse of the planet itself. I hate this. I hate this so much.
I'm tired.
Nature.
Why did you take away so much of what I liked about Titan X?
So, for acknowledgments, Inside Editions extends our warmest thanks to Robert Napton, Nikita Kanekanti, and George II at Legendary for their continued support. Thank you to Greg Keyes for uncovering the rich and mysterious world of the Monsterverse, and Martin Stiff for bringing the book to vivid, colorful life on the page.
I just want to talk
special
about.
thanks. It's impossible to name all the people who contributed to making the Monsterverse reality. We required a book of equal size listed by name. What began 12 years ago has now spanned 6 movies, 2 seasons of television, an animated series, graphic novels, books, video games, and many more exciting adventures to come.
Can we talk about Mechagodzilla?
Before we do that, so Sarah Sothard was the senior editor with assistance from Alex Skinner Sabata and Stephanie Kahamas Hasir, with executive editing by Maria
I genuinely thought that was about... I'm too poisoned because I thought when you said that, I thought he was about to have the last name be Hassan.
No, I wish. So
I would have been like, that explains so much about this book. It was fucking made by Hassan Piker.
And now, Mechagodzilla does not get its own actual page. Instead, what you get is a little slip on the back where it says confidential. Mechagodzilla, a mechanical terror rises. This new Titan threat arose not from ancient history, but modern technology and ungodly biomechanical, blah, 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 blah. Its Monarch designations Mechagodzilla, anti-Titan weapon, nature, biomechanical, blah, 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 blah.
You sound so done.
I know, I am. Because they show early Mechagodzilla prototype designs, which is just concept art. But if this is supposed to be in-universe, that implies that they had built at least 3 chassis prior to the finalized design. And they talk about the AI. And I'm just actually curious if they say anything about the Ghidorah head, because no one I think has mentioned that at all.
Hoshi, if you're in the chat,
we're ending soon. Yeah,
we're gonna wrap this up. So sorry, dude.
Sorry, Hoshi. Genuinely, you did not miss out on much.
This has just been.
You missed out on pain.
This is
so ready, yeah. So they also ready. They show at least 3, not just 3, but actually 4 different Mechagodzilla concept art designs. But that would imply that they made, if this other design is also part of it, that they made 4 different chassis, probably completely built them, or they modified just the one chassis. I don't know. But
modified Mechagodzilla.
They said, okay, so the secondary weakness was that communicating massive amounts of data between the human operator interface and the remote receiver required an impossible amount of bandwidth. Simmons attempted to circumvent both of these first 2 issues by acquiring one of the skulls of Monster Zero, also known as King Ghidorah. King Ghidorah's 3 heads have been able to communicate with one another instantaneously, and the skull retained the bioelectric configuration to power such communication. It also allowed direct communication with the human brain, so the AI network supporting the system became merely supplementary. Some posit that Ghidorah's skull not only retained telepathic capabilities, but some traces of King Ghidorah himself, imbuing the consciousness of Mechagodzilla with the psychopathic rage of that all-consuming Titan. Others postulate that Mechagodzilla's rampage was a result of the Hollow Earth power source granting control to an unseen player, similar to the Scar King's control over Shimo. Whatever the cause, Mechagodzilla's very nearly destroyed Godzilla and might have if Kong had not united with the King of Monsters. So I swear, with the whole thing about alien life and the unknown crystals, if they're trying to say and that Space Godzilla is partly responsible for Mechagodzilla, I will backflip onto my spine in the theater.
Like Xeno.
I will pull a Xeno. Except it will not be funny. I will not land on the couch. You will see me in a puddle, just sort of crying and half like disabled and crippled from what has happened. And then ready,
please, you know better than this.
The schematics for Mechagodzilla.
Like, what were you saying that like Space Godzilla is responsible for Mechagodzilla? What?
So others postulate that Mechagodzilla's rampage was the result of the Hollow Earth's power source granting control to an unseen player, similar to the Scar King's control over Shimo.
Please just let that be them implying it was Ghidorah's ghost.
Well, no, they said that one theory was Ghidorah's ghost.
Shut up, Nico. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. I actually am gonna kill you. I'm gonna go to Texas right now and kill you.
None of us are in that mood.
And yeah, the schematics, like Kuru had mentioned earlier in the stream, which feels like an eternity ago, it's not even the same as the other like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 5 different Mechagodzilla designs we see here. So
it's not even the same as the final design.
Yeah.
It's Robo Godzilla.
No, that's
That's just a singular point monster. That's never gonna come again.
The fact is, like, that's Robo Godzilla. No, that's slop.
I sent the schematics things for the Mechagodzilla in stream submissions. Full bit drop. I kinda like it. I kinda like the design.
If the arms were a bit bigger, I'd actually like it, but
please,
There's some cool Mechagodzilla design.
Don't, Spator, you know better than this, please.
No,
Spator, do it. Do it.
Spator, I need you right now. Just, I need you at the opportunity to do the funniest thing.
What?
Do the Hollow Earth thing with the crystals. Space Godzilla actually made all the crystals, even the one on Shimo's back.
So you say Shimo's a sort of space Godzilla?
Off to hang myself, horse and left.
No. We're done. We're done here.
We're done.
I'm gonna pull you from the back to the front. You do your showings now. We're ending this.
Please let someone else go first. I can't. Vic, it's your go.
Vic.
All right, you could find me on YouTube as the Kaijunaut. I do lots of cool videos talking about kaiju stuff, things like that. I also go on my socials as Vic Monstrous or just Crispy Vic. You can find many different takes, art pieces, and updates on my life and projects, such as the Pocho figure, which is has a few prototypes that I've made right now, and soon will be going into production once I get my new 3D print model from Lizard King Productions, who sculpted the figure. So shout out to him. Other than that, go to your local bookstores under employee recommendations. You'll see Zimzilla's Monsterverse Monarch files. Go ahead and check that out. Other than that, I've been Vic Monstrous. See ya.
Just
No. Okay. All right. You can follow me on DeviantArt and Instagram. I know I haven't posted art for a good bit because I've been distracted by life and such, but I can guarantee you could have a lot more fun time viewing my artwork than reading this horrendous book that is officially made and going up for nearly $50. Also, I don't know, play Pokemon, play Zoo Tycoon preferably with mods, watch Jurassic Park again, and also read Rulers of Earth. There, I'm done.
Okay. You can find me at, I believe, KA_Karu here on YouTube, and Kaiju Karu on Twitter, and on Instagram also just KA_Karu, because some other jackass just has Karu as their username, so I have to add some extra stuff so I can have this username. I'm currently in the process of working on a few videos, one of which I shall not name, but one of them is a video essay talking about Olguri Cap from the Mamusume Cinderella Grey. The other is gonna be part 1 of my Showa era retrospective. Both of those probably won't be out until after I get back from G-Fest, as right now I'm kind of just working on my job just to get up some money to go to G-Fest, and then immediately drain my bank account as soon as I step foot into the dealer's ring. And that, I guess that's all from me. Go read Gaiatima, go watch Cloverfield, and on everyone's soul, we are gonna buy Destroy All Monsters Melee Remastered.
Yes.
Alrighty. You can find me here on YouTube at Minecraft World 1954. That's my @ or just Minecraft World. I recently posted a fan-made versus trailer for Clover vs. Nemesis, and I've also been doing artworks and video essays in the background, though I haven't really been doing much work on that because I've mainly just been focusing on like life because I'm going to be moving soon and I'm trying to get a job. But yeah, you can find me on Instagram, Kara and Blue Sky, same name. I'm not as active on Kara and Blue Sky as I used to be, but I am more active on Instagram, so you can find me there. And go watch Gojira 54, go read Gaiatima, go watch the Gamera movies, go watch Iron Lung, please, and take care. Bye.
Yeah, so it's been Zim. It's been something to say the least, I guess. You can find me almost anywhere. On Odyssey, BitChute, Twitch, X, Instagram, and DeviantArt. This is where all my things go. I got a book I'm trying to write. Hopefully it's better than this. I'll have an essay relating to the book, hopefully out when I'm back from G-Fest, because I'll be writing it while I'm there. Speaking of, your boy's a content creator there. You'll see me. Something.
You can ask him to sign your Monsterverse Files copies.
Maybe. But I got new shirt designs out. There's a white one, a black one, and then 2 bloody ones for that time of the month. But yeah, it's been me. It's been Zim. It's been everyone here. I just
bye.
LARP sahur.
Truly, I wish I could LARP.
Big face reveal.
No.
Find Godzilla and
Vic, turn that off.
No. Bye,
End the
guys.
stream.
4 hours, guys.
4
We
hours.
dedicated
4
4 hours.
hours.
Peace.
I can't feel my throat.